From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line, press start, let's begin. Base code's world, come step within. The stream ignites, the night unfolds. Dreaming in pixels, I'm alive. Worlds he builds, come alive. Catch the stream, let it unfold. Press start, let's begin. Streaming visions, night to day. Base code is here to play. One more line, rewrite the code. One more line, rewrite the code. From code to game, the spark takes flight, building legends in the light. One more line, rewrite the code, unlock the path, design the road. Every frame, a world he made, a digital sky that will never fade. Press start, let's begin. Base code, running the show. Base code's world, come step within. Press start, let's begin. One more line, this cold world, come step within. Press start. Let's begin. One more line.
Hello, hello. Let's get our volume up. Start our music. Hey guys. How are we all doing? Hello, Casey. Hello for the win. Hey, Goldie. Let's also get this heater on because it's getting cold. It's getting cold, guys. How's everyone doing? Good to see you guys. Who we got? Lucario. Hello, Rue. Hello, Will. How you doing? How are you? That's another one, Goldie. I don't know. How are you, Goldie? Good to see you too. That little waving emote, the word hi is just a little too frequently used. I think if that's another one we could control to not make the word hi be a crazy little emote. If anything, just because every time I see it, my reflex is to go, hello, hi, and I look like an idiot. I feel like that. I just match its energy. I match its energy a little too much. But yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Got a bit of a stream that should be different today, guys. We're going to try some different things. Should be fun. We're going to... I don't know. Hopefully it's not 2 steps back. It's like 1 step forward and, 1 step back and then 2 steps forward and stuff like that. But it should be interesting. I have some interesting new things to try in mind. But, there's... Okay. But yeah, I'll show you guys that pretty soon. It's how's everyone been? I've been trying some new things, yeah. So I think we're going to be trying a lot of random stuff here. Hey Darcy, 3 stream streak. Thank you for being here all these streams. Okay, so shall I just get into it or shall I stop teasing what we're going to be doing? We've got quite the computer here, right? Oh no, I'm hella sick now and I got the worst night's sleep I've had in ages. Oh, I hope I didn't negatively contribute to you staying up. Though you went pretty early, if I recall, Goldie. That's not good. That's not good at all. We had a very productive stream while you were away, Goldie, at least. Fook90, how you doing? I slept with the door open last night and it got to 67 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't really have a lot of context for what that is in Celsius, but thank you, Turbo. Thank you. I was actually out and about, and so I kind of just sat down with the jacket still on. I probably should have taken it off and swapped a hoodie and got more comfortable or something like that, but here we are. Should be good. Teddy Trojan, Seb inspired me and I did a side project within the last 2 days. Hell yeah. I made Envision API image classification desktop app and you give it screenshots from Reels and it finds info from which series and anime and movie and categorize ads. Dude, that's cool. That's very cool. That's very cool, Teddy. Next we'll drive in some game dev. Game dev, always a good time. Not sure if I should do Godot or Unreal Engine yet, or what game to make since I have no assets. Yeah, don't worry too much about the assets. Most games, like most great games, many great games, they start with, just like white boxes. They start with very little. But yeah, let's see. There is... There is something new I'm going to try here. All right, hold up. Google says it's 19.5 degrees Celsius. That's not too bad, Fuck90. That's not too bad. That's a reasonable amount of temperature. Okay, so here's the thing. I've got a pretty good computer here, right? Nacho hooked this up. And the computer's pretty strong. And the price of RAM is going up because people keep running local models. And we haven't been using a local model very much. We've been using GPT. We've been using GPT a fair bit. But Google released something fairly recently, which is quite cool, I would say. They've introduced a new model that's actually performing fairly well. And I don't mean like amazingly well, but I mean like kind of well. And it's this one. It's called Gemma 4. Let me swap over here. So Gemma 4, it's decent and it's out fairly recently, right? And it's like self-hosted. So, there's some interesting things to be seen here. But yeah. So completely open source on the hardware you own. And they have one with like 31 billion parameters. Could be right. Like, could be really cool, right? I mean, they're showing it there in Writer. Isn't that cool? Right? See, could be good. I mean, I want to figure it out today, Teddy. That's the plan. I mean, that's pretty cool. That is cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is going to be the cool bit. So I think this is worth a shot. I want to try this, and I want to try it in a different way. I know a lot of people have been, Claude is a really great environment. It's a really great environment. And we've been using Codex, but, I've been having trouble getting Codex working with Gemma, honestly. I've got it configured here, but whenever I try and do something, it gives me errors. I've got... what hardware have I got for this, Teddy? It's a good question. You can actually check it in the... you can check my Twitch page. It actually has our hardware there. Stream Elements is actually doing it there. Thank you. Goldie actually posted that. I don't know how well this is going to go, but I do want to start to move to something a little more independent and not be so reliant on, the stuff that's already there. I'm Codex, for instance. I burn a lot of tokens and I don't want to be stuck relying on those tokens. I think for some really key things, maybe, but We have a great computer, so let's try and make use of it, right? 15 stream streak, Fuck90. Thank you so much. On 2 accounts? Is that on 2 accounts? Dude, thank you. I really appreciate the support, man. On 2 accounts, no less. Okay, so I'm still trying to learn the commands and stuff like that, but I don't know what this is necessarily doing. So what I was essentially doing when we started was going through all the different, there's a whole bunch of different stuff it can do here. So, but yeah, I mean, look at that. Run a prompt or slash command on a recurring interval. I think there's I've heard it can do diagrams, and I'd love to learn how to do that. So we'll probably spend a bit of time here. Oh, that's going to be a handy one. I want that. Terminal setup cannot be run from Tabby. Oh, okay. Run terminal setup directly in one of these terminals. All right, we can do that. So we can go, and so how I've been doing this, I've used something called Ollama to install it. You can see how sufficient your hardware is per model. Okay, that's cool. So we're going Gemma. I think we're on. I think we're on that. Model weights. I have no idea what these are for me. We're in a 5090 moderate. That is a cool tool. Maybe I need to take a closer look at this. Though I don't really know. I need to probably look into a few more details. It's just one GPU. It's the overclocked edition. I wonder if that's the 5090 OC edition. Should be a little different from this. Okay, hold up. What went wrong there? NVIDIA 5090. I mean, seems decent. I don't know what. I mean, that's cool. I maybe need to check this out. I'll check this out at a later time. But yeah, okay. So to get this running, we've done it like this. Ollama, and from Ollama, we've got a launch command. And then, you know what? I mean, I'm tempted to try Codex here. We'll do Claude, and then we're going to go Gemma 4. Probably I should uninstall some of these other models as well. No, I guess I don't trust that folder. Let's go to C work. Base dot not monsters, and then this is where we're working anyway. So then from here, Gemma 4, these commands then / terminal setup. It's interesting that they would need a special setup. Oh, what? Cannot be run from Windows Terminal. Try running it from Windows Terminal. What the heck? What if we try this? I mean, all right. Let's try again. We're just going to do it in the users folder. I didn't hit loop. It cannot be run. All right. I guess we're just going to use the... I'm pretty sure we can just use... we can just use the slash commands for new lines. Yeah. That's annoying. Okay. You can see how sufficient your hardware is per model. Don't mess with weights yet. As long as... I don't mess with weights as long as I'm not sufficient. Oh, was Kimmy K good enough? Nah, not really. You can get Warp. It has some of the free agent tokens integrated in the terminal. Yeah, I actually uninstalled Warp today. Just I was getting annoyed with like running out of tokens and that you couldn't connect your... I couldn't connect the agent mode to... I couldn't connect it to any of the locally hosted models, and I also couldn't connect it to like, you know, OpenAI to use like anything but their model with it. And their tokens don't last that long. And you're right, Warp is quite nice, but you use it to pass your current Claude issues. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I might reinstall it, but it'll be fine. Okay, this command... We can try it in like... I don't know if this is going to solve the problem everywhere, but we do have a new terminal. Let's see. Terminal. I don't know if this is going to do it. So, Llama, launch, Codex. With Gemma, and then we're going to go terminal. Was it terminal setup? I believe it was. All right, why that? I mean, Shift Enter isn't working for new lines there. Doesn't really matter. I am Jelly. I'm running one of the small Gemmas too right now. I mean, we're going to see if it's any good. It might be terrible. It might be terrible. But we can do like, you know, let me know the... of this project. Let's see what it even does. Though I'll be honest, I don't think the I don't think we've had a great experience with this so far, at least not directly in this terminal. Maybe a different terminal agent will work better. But look, there we go. So Codex can't connect to it. I don't know why. Let's try with Claude. Try that with Gemma 4. We might have to try and get this actually working because it's going to be very annoying. That's not half bad. I wonder if I can bring that back. I don't know that that did anything. Maybe I should have thought twice before hiding that bar. Oh well, we've done it. We'll deal later. So let's just see. Give me the current state of this project and let's see what it does. You know what? I don't even mind that. Control B. I mean, I basically use this like this anyway. Okay, what's it doing? Invalid tool parameters. I run a file listing. Why is it giving me invalid tool parameters? I wonder what that means here. To give a comprehensive view of the project's current state. I mean, is it working? This, I don't know if this is actually looking at anything here, if I'm being honest. Yeah, okay, a little bit more. It didn't even tell me the name of the project. All right, interesting. So read agents and the game design document to gather all the context that you might need. I really would like to get Codex working with this, with Olama. So Codex working with Olama using when the application itself is running, though, I see the following error in the console. Hello, Draggyhound. How are you? I'm getting environment stuff going right now, guys, and I realize that that's not necessarily the game development, but this really is going to support the development if I can get it right. I mean, it'd be great to be able to run some of these like lighter commands locally. Okay, they're not really working well inside of, oh, hold on. Okay, so what endpoint codex expects. If I run the same command with Claude, it seems to work just fine, so it might be a problem with codex itself. Okay, so here's Olama, by the way, guys, and maybe there's something we can do here to like update it, or I don't know if surely updates would have come through. I mean, there is a restart to update button right here. Update is available. All right, so we're gonna run that. May as well. Means our other work in progress query might be an issue. All right, let's bring that up to date. It's probably going to help a lot. And we should be able to delete some of these older models that, you know, I don't want to keep running anymore. All right, and then we have something to do there if the next steps don't really work. Okay, where is this? Where's the last command that we ran? We're going to look for our gray. The project is a high concept multiplayer physics driven game marrying social deduction with chaotic combat physics. Yes. All right. Let's see. So let's get. I think the last thing we did was open. We did open Not Monsters from. We changed the solution name of Not Monsters. So let's get it back open in Rider and have it go from there. Okay. I mean, there's so much context I think Codex has about this project. It's gonna take a while to get back to the point where it's as useful as, you know, we're gonna see. I'm curious how like local information is kept about this. My current GPU, the best I can run is Gwen 4 billion, Gemma 3.4 billion. Isn't that the best available though, Teddy? I don't know what else. I don't know if there's anything better than that. If there is, I wouldn't mind trying to use it, but how are you doing, Dragihan? I mean, okay, so far, if I'm being honest, the experience of, I mean, what's this called? Tabby? Tabby hasn't been the greatest. Like, what are we even? What environment are we in? It's like a Linux commands, but no Windows commands. It's kind of strange. Kind of strange. I do think I want to get Codex up and running though, just because Codex might be able to remember all of its context because of, you know, like its saved history. So let's focus on that for a hot minute. Though the Olama update, I'm hoping will fix some things. Okay, Olama does seem to be working there. So let's try it. Let's try it again. One thing I do like is control space is like bring up command line, which is very, you know, quite nice. Okay, so we're gonna try Gemma 4. Okay, what were the last steps we completed in this project? I don't like the black color here. We might have to change our theme a little bit. How we do that? Color scheme. Okay, that's what we're on. Does it need to be like actual black for Codex to work well here? A lot of this I'm not even liking. Firefox? It's not actually the worst. All right, yeah, same error. So, I mean, we can do this. We can go. We can go codecs, and then the last time we... Okay, we're trying to get... Honestly, look, when I type, it's not... It's slow. It doesn't feel nice. The characters are rendering quite, like... It's rendering badly. Can I change that? Terminal... WebGL you would think would be the thing that would be faster, but... Nah, still slow. Doesn't feel great. Okay, by the way, try log out and log into Codex. Oh yeah, okay. Let's see, we can try that. What was it? No, we're not doing that. Just run it and then there's log out, right? Log out, yep. Okay, not a bad idea, not a bad idea. If I do that and then here. I mean, this is not logged in at all now. Okay. Give me a hello world. Nah, same thing. Stream disconnected. Stream disconnected. Let's do a sign in. Okay. Is that what you meant, Teddy? There's a GitHub issue about the disconnects you're getting. Okay, all right. I mean, what does GPT suggest about this? Codex is trying to use as a client YEL, which is the wrong address to connect to. I mean, that might be it. Oh, llama config. Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point. Is there a way to change this? I don't think there is. Okay, Alama. Okay. Is this because it's not acting like PowerShell here? All right, PowerShell. All right, that's what we got. The following. So do I have to set some kind of environment variable? That might be the way to go. Do I have NVim here? I do not. Code. Oh, that's a Linux command. Hold on, what am I even doing? Where's the config file there? One thing at a time. Hold on. Do I need to just create this? Will that be persistent? I don't think that's ever gonna, that's not gonna do it everywhere for all the time. That's just, we'll quit Olama. Bring it back up. Say, let's have another look at this. Okay. Yo, how you doing, Mondo? Good to see you. I'm doing pretty good. Try localhost or 127. Yeah, that's basically its recommendation. I think you're on the right path there, Teddy. Model should not be Codex. Model should be... the model we're looking for here is Gemma. Gemma 431B, I think. But that's a response, right? Windows is a pain. Imagine not having curl. Yeah, tell me about it, man. I'm very tempted to jump across to Linux every time I would really love to do that. But, you know, there are reasons why we're here. I can't see a problem with that. Parses the context of a web page script code. The web plugin might run the page as parsed. Okay, did it give a response? Response is, hello, can I help you today? So, okay, that's a thing. So it's definitely working there. Let's try again now, see if after this. It could just be the environment variables. So let's say, say hello. I mean, it's not erroring yet, right? That could be a good sign. That's looking good. We're in business. So now we can do... oh, it doesn't have all the context. Hold on, why not? Surely we do. What about all these? We had a whole bunch of tasks here which were useful. Why do we not have those? They're still here. They're definitely here, but why are we not seeing them? Just install WSL. Yeah, it's a good solution. It's a good solution for the win, but it works. But does it really work if it doesn't have all of this? if it hasn't got our, like, you know, if it hasn't got our history, it's not much use to us. Why are all our tasks missing? Yeah, weird. Yeah, that's strange. It must have... I mean, the history is not always in memory. Yeah, no, I know, but I want to pick up the last conversation. Yeah, I'm... Like, you're right, but... What's going on here? Because... If I... If I get a new one to the right here... Codex and then resume. This has way more. This has a very different set of commands, right? These are, Okay, well... What we can do... Let's see how we go here. I think we'll do a bit of a handover from the two, and I can kind of understand why it might not be there. Reconnect session resume is going to be a... so let's... to implement the following... Shift Enter is not working. Shift Enter is going to be really annoying if we don't get that going. Shift Enter should work here. Why is it not? Do you really need a, like, shortcut, like a new plugin for this? I added settings tab that allows the customization. Yeah, it's like, exactly. I'm like, what? That's the wrong one. I'm really like... This is a tabby issue. No, I am alt-entering. I'm alt-entering. That's what's happening here. If I alt-enter, it's... Alt-enter seems to be changing full screen for me. Which is cool. I actually kind of like that. There's a lot that this has going for it. Control space to bring up a terminal at any time is good. Alt-enter for full screen is great. So there's a lot of good stuff about this terminal, but also, why the hell no, like, Shift Enter? Maybe there's something in the settings I'm missing. Allows quickly opening terminal in the selected folder. Analytics, automatic updates. All right, hold on. Could be looking at like a hotkey thing. Though I can't imagine like Alt-Enter is going to be like a... It's not like a new line thing here, is there? All right, this did work for us. I mean, God, are we really going to like... In Tabby, I want to Shift Enter to go to a new line. All right, hold on. In the terminal and emulator tabby, if I hold shift and press enter, it does not give me a new line. Is this expected behavior? And if so, how can I enable that behavior so that I can write commands across multiple lines? And I want it to do a web search, but we lose the ability to do that. So it is called tabby, right? Yeah. What are you talking about? Yeah, I want that. Oh my God, really? Really? Does that mean I can actually, oh, that's just ridiculous. Nope. Just enters it. I'm gonna... yeah, this is kind of annoying. I mean, we are making progress. Sucks that that issue is still open. I mean, I can do it with like slashes, but that's... Oh, I can't even do it with slashes. Slash should be new line. Codex versus Claude versus Gemini. I mean, honestly, this might just be the terminal emulator being annoying. If I go PowerShell, go to Codex. Yeah, Shift Enter works there. So it's the issue is not like Codex or anything like that. It's actually tabby. So use an in-terminal window. What do you like? Oh man. So yeah, okay. Was this window PowerShell? Yeah, it is PowerShell. So PowerShell doesn't have it. What to do? Well, let's start by, if we're going to use Olama, we may as well try Codex. No, sorry, not Codex. Claude with Gemafor. And then, I mean, here, we're in Not Monsters, so let's come up with a plan to implement client. Really? Use folder there by default. Reconnectable session resume. Clean up a little while we're here. I feel like there's going to be a bit of teething and frustration here while they figure some of this newer stuff out, but it's worth it. If I figure it all out, then we'll move faster in future. So Tabby backsplash new line plugin plus setting tabs allows customization of input text. How do you even get plugins? Plugins, all right. Input new line. Wonder what this does. Cool that it has a plugin ecosystem though. I don't know if I trust this. / new line. There we go. Restart to apply those changes. I mean, it is coming up with a plan. Okay, it can't enter plan mode. I mean, why not? What's going on? It's gaslighting itself on the tools, yeah. I mean, it might actually not have permission to do some of these things. It's saying it needs to edit files and run bash commands. And it's possible it doesn't have permissions to do that. Okay, hold on. Run, what's it saying? It needs bash, no, it can't do bash commands. I don't know. What's it even trying to do? Edit files and run commands. Okay, there's something going wrong there. Permission rules are a tool name optionally followed by a specifier. I'm surprised this is needed. Where should the rule be saved? Okay, request permissions to, all right. Just to prove you can, let's write a hello world text to Document to the folder. About the tools if you're still hitting it. Okay. Yo, thank you, Teddy. Invalid tool parameters and CPU fallback. Okay. The agent constant. Okay. I mean, the thing I might just do here is stick with did it actually? All right. So it can do that. It can do that. So that's a start. Go ahead and make a plan and go into go into planning mode and make a plan. Let's see if it can actually do that. Will be cool if we can get this running locally though. Teddy Trojan, thank you for that link. It didn't see it does like it looked like it could write something. Invalid tool parameters. It keeps hitting that. No, I want to use this tool, so did anyone actually come up with a solution? So here's essentially what they're saying about that. I mean, I don't see a whole bunch of thumbs up on this. Is this? I mean, it's still open. That's unfortunate. All right, let's try with Codex. Okay, so let's go to plan mode. Let's come up with a plan to implement. Where is it? Client, docs. Why is tab here is not doing what it ought to? Let's see how we go here. Sandbox error. It seems like they both are running into issues. But it can rip grep, so that's a start. Seems like, I mean, it seems to me that Codex is having an easier time. Okay, sandbox restrictions as well. Is it something to do with Olama? I mean, it's got to be, right? Okay. What we might just do here is... So you think actually running it with like saying okay, saying something like this. Nah, that's not a thing, apparently. Plan. Plan a implementation of docs. We'll see if that works, but I mean, it hasn't run into an issue yet, so that could be a thing. But are we going to have to do something like for every different tool that it might want to use? Because that could get a little exhausting. I think in general we need to just check like Olama tool permissions. Having a bit of a tired day, guys. I didn't get enough sleep, I think. But if we can come out of this like figuring out how to actually run, you know, this stuff locally, it would be nice. What is it? Control O. There's something to like... All right, that's our detailed transcript. Not a lot of details. I mean, I guess it's using tokens here, so that means something's happening. The other thing we can start to do, once this is actually up and going, we can... I mean, the other thing I would like to do is get movement in and out of the building running. I mean, how many run instances do we have right now? Just the one. I mean, so object activation is one thing that I really want to do here. I want to get, so besides object activation, There's activating objects. There's moving in and out of the room. There's improving the multiplayer user interface. Those are things that I want to do. And then I want like resuming sessions. Resuming sessions might be a nice thing to start with, because since we like finished the last stream planning with that, we can probably take it from there. I'm super curious why this is running so slow though. Maybe this isn't going to be a solution we can actually work with like a long term. And I am going to have to restart this to apply those changes, I guess. Thank you for all your help today, Teddy Trojan. I know I've been like a little sleepy and getting environment stuff set up, and that's not the most entertaining thing to follow along with. But okay, I wonder what the codex integration does. It's just weird that it was in this list. Did I see codex? I mean, searching doesn't filter. That's some red flags about this thing. Okay, I do want to split horizontal command. Control Shift S. Oh man, did that interrupt it? Hey, thank you for the follow. Raffily, I do appreciate that. I feel like I'm not, we're not doing the most interesting stuff right now, but, we're going to see, a few things. I think I want to compare these two right now. So we've actually got a plan mode here where we can plan. Plan the implementation of client docs let's run these both side by side and see. Oh, what the hell? This was working. This was working. I don't know why now it's not working. That's interesting. They should be able to simultaneously do this. Why? Oh, it could be because the environment variable thing. All right, so where was that? There was an environment variable. We had it here. The connection issue, and we figured it out with that environment variable. So using the following worked. How do I make this? I mean, we can do it like this, right? Environment variables, we can do Want to do that on user variables. Probably on path. No, not even path. We're just doing, yeah. One more time like this. Now we'll see if we have it. Bring up Gemma. Still not connecting. That seems right to me. Olama host. I definitely did restart the terminal, right? So, let's try it here. Then we got to launch Codex. All right, guess the whole thing needs to restart to get the context, which is a little annoying. Five minutes is a fairly long time to... Fairly long time to do this. So how do we use sub-agents? Because that's one thing I've learned about Claude Code. Like I want to try about this. Okay. Okay, okay. Slash agents. All right. Yo, Trojan, welcome back. At the moment, Teddy, I'm trying to figure out subagents and like using that, but I think I get the idea. We got. I mean, this is taking a very long time. I kind of want to run these two side by side to see which one succeeds on a fairly simple task. Just like planning, but honestly, I think running in the cloud at this point is seeming like a far more better, a far better option. Um, but yeah, I mean, this is going to be interesting to see. I think if I can get this figured out, like for certain tasks, I'm going to be able to use the locally hosted one. Um, but we'll find out. We'll find out pretty soon. It does seem like, fairly slow is my first reaction, but I don't know. Cloud is much better. I mean, it's to be expected, even on a beast PC. Um, and one thing I could be doing here is, like, we could compare with. I mean, we've reduced our rubber banding. Let's go. Give it a quick run and pick up where we left off, I think. While we're waiting on that stuff, we don't have to wait for we can keep checking in. It seems like Codex is doing a better job though at this point. The plan tool seems like it's actually getting somewhere and it's getting there faster. I see you wanted to plan the implementation of this since the doc. I'll plan the process assuming the goal. I mean, has it finished here? If it has, it seems like it finished far faster. Structure the markdown content. This didn't get it right at all. I asked it to plan the implementation of something, and what it's done here is like outline a multi-step plan. It's planned to make a plan? That's what I'm reading here. I'm not reading this wrong, right? It planned to make a plan. Which is, okay, not good. Not good. I mean, we're just gonna do this for the minute. We need to run our server. Let's run our server so this works. I mean, that might be a nice thing to do is like give a warning when the server is unavailable. Right now the game doesn't do anything to let us know if the servers are unavailable. In our Play Online menu, in the Play Online menu that we get after we click Play Game, I mean, should it bother to do a check here? Host a game. I mean, the behavior is kind of right, but start that server. I might be too tired to work effectively at the moment, guys. I'm not feeling it. Not feeling it, especially when we're stuck, like, waiting. My patience is shot for this. This is... I mean, what is it even doing? Resume a session after a network interruption. I'll plan... I mean, did it do it? It seems like it didn't. Maybe it's actually still working. I think it is. Maybe high is just too much. I think it's possible both are just still working and Codex does a worse job of communicating what it's thinking. Ooh, now that's interesting. Are we getting lag because the computer's like so friggin' like pegged right now? That could be a thing. It is using a lot of CPU and a lot of memory and a lot of GPU. Oh my gosh. Look at the memory Olama is using. That's a lot. That's a lot. So that's a thing. Surprising how much CPU is getting used by VS Code here, actually. That's way too much. But yeah, look at that memory. That's wild. This is one of the first times I've seen this computer come close to lag. Oof. Okay, so local is not going to be a great option for us. I mean, it is very interesting. It is very interesting, the fact that, like, we can do it, but my gosh, that's, yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Yo, Totoro, thank you for the 3-stream streak, man. You're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Bit of a different stream today. I'm experimenting with some locally hosted models, and so far, it's not looking good, man. I mean, what is it even saying it's done? I've created a high-level plan to approach the documentation for this. This plan will help ensure... Was this your plan? This is not a plan. All right. That's a lot of tokens, but not a lot of results. 77,000 tokens used here, and 1.5k tokens used here. And look how much the performance improved now that we're not running the Codex model. That's real interesting. How are you doing, Kiwi Totoro? At the moment, it's a bit of a tools pass. I'm trying to just like, yeah, trying to get this running in a sensible way. I don't know if this is going to be the right approach for us. My Olama was sitting on 43 gigabytes of RAM. Yeah. I mean, it's a lot. I mean, what do we look at? Like, this isn't doing it near, it's not doing that much, but it's still a lot. It's still using a lot of RAM. Okay, it's not doing well. It's not doing well. The game is running really great. I'm so happy with the progress we made on this. I think the next thing to do, I might even abandon this, because we're not going to get anything done this way. 17 minutes. It's just... We'll try the same thing, the exact same thing here. With like the cloud version. Not monsters. Codex, resume. Hey! It's because you're loading too large of a model. Try 8 billion. Yeah, we can do that. That might work. The thing is, I really always want like the best results, so I don't mind waiting a little longer for it, but not quite this long. What's the Olama command to list all of the different models available? I thought you could control usage, like it's 50 gigabytes for 20 seconds processing, or you can do 25 gigabytes. It takes 40 seconds, but I've not played with it myself yet. I mean, this is my first time really playing with it as well, so we'll we'll see. Okay. What was a command to delete a local model? So we'll get rid of some of these while we're here. We can get rid of GPT, 20B, 3.1. Gwen 2.5 still might be okay. We can try Gemma 4 latest. 9.6 gigabytes is a lot better. You know what? Let's get rid of that. Did that? Not found. Have I misspelled that? What do? We did it with I mean, there's not something here showing us. Oh, okay. So that wasn't even that one that took really long. Wasn't even the 31 billion parameter version. And I'm not sure what this is. We might be able to tell from here. This is the 31 billion parameter version. All right, so let's try. We'll do this with Claude. Try that, and then use the same prompt. I mean, this one's just zipping through. This is what I would like to be seeing on, like, in the other prompt there. And I think, I just think self-hosting might not be viable. Hmm. 24 minutes. That's a lot. Do you want it for NPCs in game? No. At the moment, we're just I'm just like setting something up to run my own. Like we're using it for development essentially. This works really, 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 really well, but it does burn a lot of tokens, and I'm trying to get my own like locally hosted version. And I also would like to try Claude in place of GPT, which is what we usually do. So that's kind of the story. That's what's up at the moment. Okay. Oh, there's Olama again. So yes, I see Claude at one point had a lot going on there, but okay. I got to remember that this sometimes just does take some time. Okay, so in the game, one thing I want to start to do is plan like activating. So, I mean, we can have another shot at a different, simpler prompt where it's not given a complicated, well-planned task. This is working. See, this is working well. Okay, we'll try with Gemaphore. So, slash plan. I need to create a system that enables a player to activate an object. The shift enter still isn't working. I need to restart this whole environment. We'll do so when this thing finishes. 30,000 tokens ain't that much. 27 minutes is a long time. And the cloud one's already finished. So it's like, Okay, recommended sequence is server first, then client bootstrap, the durable state UI cleanup. The current code still removes non-host as soon as the signaling session closes. We need to handle a lot of that. And client still treats live transport peers as the player list. So those are two real blockers. I mean, it's not wrong. Not wrong. The 3 decisions I would lock in before. Did this do plan mode? It seems like it didn't do plan mode. It kind of just like did normal mode, which is okay, but I mean, these just take forever. Just takes forever to run. Control B is an interesting feature that I can just do that. I wonder how you foreground it once it's... let's try this one. Control B. Nah, it's not doing anything that I can do with that. All right, this one just straight up ain't working. I think I need to run that in PowerShell if I'm actually going to do it. All right. Server first, then client bootstrap. From the server room model, extend. Add a client resume. Separate disconnect from room approval in client authoritative state. But add connection status and update it accordingly, then change the host side disconnection handlers. Add resume destination routing with minimal UX. Validate the token during the probe so the UI only offers real resumes. Add an explicit activation hook for resume only, even if gameplay does not switch it yet. And decide whether the intentional disk flow is allowed to... Okay. Plan. Let's go ahead and plan this implementation. Prompt me the open questions and let's get some answers before we move forward. $30 is wild at this point for that. I mean, this moved through it in what, 4 minutes? And we're at 30 minutes. So not really a good solution here, is it, long term? Okay. I think activation might be another really good thing, though. Maybe I abandon this. All right, here we go. How should a user initiated... How should user initiated disconnect behave in this slice? Add explicit leave. The existing UI gets a true leave path and resumes the slot and clears the saved record. Reuse disconnect. Treat the current disconnect action as the hard leave that removes the slot with no leave concept. Reserve always. Every intentional disconnect keeps the slot reserved until room ends and only clears the local resume record. Yes. The existing UI gets a true leave path that removes the slot. Where should it live in V1? Keep the resume inside the existing network entry flow and minimize main menu slash store changes. Yeah, let's see. That's a good question. I imagine if the game starts up and a session is... if the game starts up and the session... Hey! How you doing? See you around. Welcome in, man. If the game starts up and the session is already active... and the session is already active, then show the user a pop-up that offers a reconnect. If the player navigates to the matchmaking menu and a game exists, then show a resume button. Ah, the shift enter. That's really annoying. Okay, we need to restart this thing. How long do we give this? Let's give it up to, I mean, maybe I kind of just want to leave it running, but I'm really hating the not shift enterable nature of this thing. Both of these are honestly doing really poorly. I'm surprised that this doesn't, this kind of just doesn't work. I think local models aren't a thing yet, guys. They're not going to be a thing. I would love for it to be the case that this works well, but so far this is not working well. Okay, for non-hosts, what should the user-facing disconnect control do in V1? Remove the non-host disconnect actions so that any accidental drops use reconnect, avoiding standard reserved slots. Remove the non-host disconnect action so any accidental drops use reconnect. Warn before abandon. Keeps the button but require confirmation that the reconnect will be lost and the user-facing disconnect control do. Okay, hold on. This shouldn't avoid the... keep the current disconnect action with no extra guardrails. When the user reconnects, they should be able to reconnect. So don't... avoiding stranded reserve slots. I'm not understanding this. Remove the non-host disconnect actions so only accidental drops are reconnect, avoiding stranded reserve slots. Okay, accidentally drops are use reconnect. They should be able to reconnect even if they deliberately disconnected. Users should be able to disconnect. They choose to after confirming, much like when quitting. If the user closes the startup reconnect pop-up without resuming, what should happen? Keep the session resumable, yep. Leave the saved record intact. Close the pop. Yep. Oh man, bit of a quiet one today. I know I'm not. I know I'm not in the best headspace. I think potentially, guys. I know I'm quite tired and I'm struggling to get some tools working at the same time. Like trying new things, you just need to do it as you work. Though, if you're not trying new things, then you don't grow. And if this worked, it would have been amazing. Like it would have been a great game changer for us. Literally a game changer, no pun intended. But like, look how different the user experience is. We gave it like the one most simple prompt that we could, and we're waiting like 40 minutes for even like a response to the first question where we're way into it with the live one. So it's like self-hosted still just doesn't seem viable unless I'm doing something really, really wrong. Maybe what Hideshi suggested is the problem, but I am pretty sure, looking at the, looking at the, what was it? Alama list, was it? Alama list, we do have a Gemma 9.6 version that should be fine. Like I know this really long one is using the 31 billion parameter version of it, but we like this one isn't, right? This is just using Gemma 4, right? And giving it a very basic command is just spinning its wheels on an incredibly powerful computer. So local hosting still not good, still not a thing. If you're using, if I'm using, what do you recommend? Any good local ones, Micro? Are there any good local LLMs that are? Yeah, it's really not there, is it? Okay, after deliberate host disconnect, should the saved resume record survive so the player can reconnect later, including after a relaunch? Eventually, what we'd like to do is host migration. If the host goes down, the next best player should be identified and the game should continue after migrating to them as the host. That's out of scope for this change, but let's make sure any solution we create now is future-proof for that outcome. Host migration is an interesting one. We could definitely look at doing that. If a player disconnects, they can reconnect. If the host goes down, it can host migrate. So okay. Do you want an explicit user action if this slice to abandon is abandon a retained session and clear the save reconnect state? No explicit user action. Nope. The startup pop-up for matchmaking resume area. User either reconnect later or the record clears automatically when the room becomes invalid. I'm okay with this. Yeah. I wonder how Quen does. Should we try it? Like, we can try it. I've only used Ollama, but I see a lot... Sorry. I've only used Ollama, but I see a lot of people use llama.cpp, which lets a bunch of different parameters for the model, and that's a whole other rabbit hole. Yeah, I see, DGen. Yep. Micro, you haven't used anything locally because I'm on Mac. It's a massive rabbit hole, but can expect exponential growth in this field now thanks to Google's new research with how they're compressing the model data sets down nicely to use less memory. Yeah, that's really cool. And if anything, that'll bring the price of RAM down. That'll be a good thing. I wonder how Quen does. Like, we can try that, Trojan. We can definitely try it. I mean, I think we still had it, right? Or did I remove it? Where was it? We've got Quen 2.5 there. Really? QWEN. We've got three's out now, so we ought to get that and drop 2.5. Quen 3 coda might be the way to go here. I don't know if this is going to be the way to go, but we're about to see. So QWEN3. We'll give it another shot. Ooh, hold on. Oh no, right. Still 20 minutes for this one, 45 minutes for this one. So not really working. Not really working, guys. Okay. For non-host, after they deliberately disconnect, should reconnect still work after they fully close and relaunch the game? Yes. I think the next thing we could do here is host migration. It's not a bad idea, since eventually matchmaking, like the point of matchmaking when the lobby comes to an end is going to be to like pick the best host and move to that. From the people in the lobby. But we don't need that now. I think rather than updating our plan, we might okay. Where are we here? Okay. Do we do this? Do we do this right now? I mean, yes, these two are separate useful things. Let's read through. Add same device, non-host reconnect using persisted opaque resume record containing room code and resume token. Reconnect reclaims the same durable player slot and the same peer ID. Temporary disconnect no longer means room removal. Non-host slots remain reserved and keep authoritative lobbies until the room teardown. Deliberate non-host disconnects. It's going to change this a little. Hello, God of War. How are you doing? Good to see you in here. Deliberate non-host disconnects is also resumable across launch. It closes transport only after confirmation. Does not clear the same to resume. Save resume state. Okay, deliberate non-host disconnect is also resumable across relaunch. It closes transport only after confirmation. It does not clear the saved room state. On startup, if saved resume record probes as still valid, show a reconnect pop-up. If dismissed, keep the record and also expose resume actions. Yes. Resume only admission mode must exist and be enforced, but activation is only through a narrow internal test hook in this slice. Design a durable slot model so future host migration can reuse it without reworking player identity again. So host migration can reuse it without reworking. Okay. Add signaling protocol types for room admission with open and resume only. Resume probe requests and result. Extend non-host join success payloads to include a resume token. Extend non-host, yes, correct. Add a dedicated client-side resume record service with its own persisted file and service boundary. Extend durable room player state connections. Add a connection state to room present snapshots. Keep transport peer snapshots transport focused only. Do not promote them into durable participant model. Keep transport peer snapshots transport focused only. Add a narrow internal server test seam to switch room into resume only. I don't know what this means. I'm going pretty good, God of War. I'm really tired. I'm fairly sleepy. So I think last night got to bed quite early and woke up quite early today. So not at 100%, but if I can get 1 or 2 features done today, I'll be happy. Refactor the room membership from live session equals room member into a durable non-host player slot keyed by peer ID. Okay. Each durable slot must track at least the peer ID, the current session binding. I bet you're streaming later than normal, right? Yeah. Yes, correct. Started streaming late. Absolutely. Connected/disconnected state. Resume token hash. Still in room flag. Each durable slot must track at least. On non-host disconnect, remove only the live signaling session binding. Keep the slot reserved. Retain the authoritative state. Notify the current host that the peer disconnected. On a successful resume, validate the room code and resume token. Rebind to the new signaling session. Return the original peer ID. Rotate the resume token and persist the new hash. Okay, notify the post/peer graph exactly as a reconnect, not a brand new join. Okay, enforce resume only so new joins are rejected while valid resume claims still work. Yep. Keep host disconnect behavior unchanged in the same slice room. Yep. Add a new local-only resume record service that loads during startup and stores room code plus resume token. Save the refresh and resume when a non-host join succeeds, a resume succeeds and returns a rotated token. Clear the record when the room is gone or not resumable, the resume token is rejected or stale, the host closes the room and the room ends. Yeah, future explicit abandon support is added. We're not going to be doing that, but that's fine. Do not clear the record on deliberate non-host disconnects in this slice. I mean, yeah, even a deliberate disconnect, I want to be able to reconnect. So someone needs help setting up a game, so we'll be muted for X amount of time. No problem, God of War. You do your thing. We will do our thing. No problem there. Extend the bootstrap signaling flow with resume probe, explicit resume request. Extend the bootstrap signaling flow with a shared post assignment path. So resume reuses normal WebRTC bootstrap as much as possible. Let's get a look at. Oh my god, this has been going an hour and this has been going half an hour. I actually wonder if something is wrong here. I wonder if something has gone wrong because it seems like wildly different performance, and this is like a freaking supercomputer, so how do we go with the download? Was there a codex command that let us specify the... There was a launch command with a specific model, right? Man, I'm fading, and it's not even that late. Okay, Olama, launch, and we're gonna go Claude. Gwen 3.5, is that gonna... I mean, that is interesting. Why is Kimmy K coming up here? It says not downloaded, but didn't we download it? Gwen 3 is what we downloaded. Gwen 3 Coda. I mean, might be interesting to try 3.5. And we'll download it. Sure, sure. Okay, startup flow. If a saved record exists, probe it. If it's invalid, clear it silently. If it is valid, show a reconnect pop-up. Pop-up resume attempts to reconnect immediately. Pop-up dismiss leaves the record intact. If a valid save record exists, show the resume action. The resume runs the same probe as the pop-up. Yep. Non-host disconnect user experience. Keep the action available. Require confirmation. All right, big changes here. Stop delegating durable player state on temporary disconnect. Host side, room, and lobby runtimes must retain the roster, retain the non-monster role assignment, retain the room presence, mark the player disconnected in a durable state, despawn the current lobby avatar materialization. Okay. I think if a player disconnects, their character should still remain in the game. So there's an actual material change. So if a player disconnects from the game, they should keep their avatar instantiated in the game world. Don't just despawn them. When they resume the game after reconnecting, they should take back control of their character. Okay, what else do we have? This is one thing that we don't want to do here. On reconnect, reconstruct must rely on retained authoritative snapshots, room presence snapshot, lobby roster snapshot, spawn snapshot. If an authoritative roster entry exists, treat selection as already committed from the state automatically and continue loading the lobby rather than reopening the editable. Okay. The in-game player overlay must render from durable participant state, not transport peers, and show connected disconnected status. Yep. Was this the test plan? Is the heading gone from that? Okay. Should this retained avatar rule apply to lobby avatars now and also be treated as a default rule for future in-world player avatars? Yeah. Yep. When the player is disconnected but their avatar remains instantiated, how should it behave? Freeze in place. I think yes. Idle animation only. Yep. There is also the sleeping face. I think we'll turn the sleeping face on for this. Okay, hold on. Can we go back? The character should move into its idle state. It would be useful to set some kind of flag, however, because the character expressions can be controlled, and I would like to make it so that the face goes to the sleeping face. We don't have control over facial expressions yet, so this would be a backlogged task that we'll do in a slice that comes really soon, but we shouldn't tackle that as part of this. It's out of scope for this change. Okay, should the retained disconnected avatar keep its normal physics presence? Yes. Yeah. Kiwi Totoro, don't overdo it. Take a break and hit it again later. Yeah, I'm like this though. I'll bounce back. Even if I'm a bit tired now, I'll I'll get straight back into it, and I'll be fine. I've only really come close to burnout like one time my entire life. I was watching an Olama video by Free Code Camp about how to use it. It's a year old, but about 3 hours. Maybe give it a watch first. Yeah, dude, could do. Back, been searching asset libraries and maybe kickstart some demo agentic gameplay with my girl. Yo, sick, Trojan. That's pretty cool. You went quite a while yesterday. I did. And I didn't get much sleep, which is not a good combo. Shall we do Godot 2? I've only used Unity or web game engines in the past. I've really liked Godot. Godot has been a really pleasant experience for me. I've had a very, very good time with it. And this is as a person who's used a lot of game engines in the past. 2D or simple 3D. Yeah, 2D always simplifies things. It's just way easier to make 2D games than 3D games. So that's probably a good move. Okay, for this slash, should we add an explicit disconnected slash offline presentation flag to authoritative player state now, even though only body idle uses it immediately and sleeping face comes later? Authoritative player state now. Yes. Okay, Quen 3.5. Let's see. Plan. I would like to put a nameplate above the player's head in game. Let's plan this feature. 1 hour and it's still not done anything. Gemma 4 with 31 billion parameters is not a thing. Even just Gemma 4 is not a thing. These don't seem to run. They take forever. Even on a very powerful computer. I wonder why. I wonder if it's doing something like, if it's working on CPU instead of on GPU or something like that. We should really be able to see that though. But I don't think we do. GPU memory is very much in use, so I'm guessing it is computing on GPU. But who knows? Locally hosted is just not working from the look of it. I don't know. We did Trojan. We took that suggestion and we're giving it a shot. I don't know if it is maybe there's just something wrong with my configuration. It could be that, right? Maybe something's gone wrong with Olama. But simple things like give me a hello world did work. It's just the moment I ask it for something a little more complicated, it seems to be really struggling with it. Okay, what else have we got here? So one thing we can do here, I want to make sure that we definitely respect the multiplayer networking standards. Let's make sure that our plans are in compliance with Is that all across one line? The other thing that we want to do here is we should add something to the in-game menu where we show player state if a player is disconnected. When they are disconnected, hold on, we can... The entire player section of the UI should be faded out with disconnected text over the top of it. Are you Greek, Raisins Girl? Good question. Greek Easter yesterday. I always had raisins in my mind as an American for some reason. I'm not sure exactly why. Welcome in, by the way, Raisins Girl. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. You got super sick yesterday and got zero sleep. That sucks. We must feel very in a similar headspace right now, Goldie. It's probably going to be one of my quieter streams because I'm not the same like usual animated me. You know, we're dealing with all this stuff here, trying to make it all work. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. What do you guys think of the chat up the top? Should the chat up the top stay there, or should we put it down the bottom where it's always been? You was starting the stream and I was like, you know what, it might be good for a change to put it up there, but yeah, lower energy and new things. We are trying new things. Very true. You don't mind it? Okay, Goldie kind of likes it. That's not bad. It is like smaller though. It takes up a lot less of you know, what's going on. Okay. Did this significantly rewrite this? All right, one more quick read. Resume token. Non-host reconnect reclaims the same spot. If the player already has a world avatar, don't disconnect it. It stays in the world, keeps normal collision, and is forced into an idle presentation state. When the player resumes, they take back control of the same retained avatar and spawn identity. In-game player overlays must show disconnected. Keep it transport only. Add resume probe. Extend non-host join sessions. Okay, refactor non-host room membership into, yep. This is largely the same. I think I'm on board with it. Test plan. The slice targets the current lobby avatar, but the retained avatar rule is the default policy for future in-world player avatars too. We really need to stop it thinking about this as like different. Deliberate non-host disconnects is a resumable suspension, not a leave. No explicit abandon leave flow is added for this slice. Abandon/leave flow, yep. Sleeping face presentation is out of scope for this change. Yep. Host migration remains out of scope. Yep. All right, let's do it. How are we doing tonight? I'm all right. I'm a little sleepy. I might actually go make a quick coffee, a really quick coffee, just to be a little bit more locked in, a little bit more awake. I've got my nice coffee cup here. You know what? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it, guys. This is going to take a few minutes anyway. But what we could do to show this all working, is there a way to split this right? To be like, split right. Ooh, split right. I mean, okay, yes, that's a thing, but no. That right panel can go. I was trying to like bring this. Oh, there we go. Can I? All right. Two of these. And then we've got our 1 hour job. Crazy. Oh, it does work. All right. So we can kind of compare here. It's wild how much This took 48 minutes to do one step with an invalid tool. This one's taking an hour just to get to like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. There's something, I think there's something going wrong here. It can't possibly be this bad. This is red like, I mean, it does look like Quen is doing a little bit better, but I'm going to leave these all running and quickly grab a coffee, okay, guys? So very quick coffee time, and then I'll be right back. Very cool. Different character date, very close. Busy working, so is... All right, all right. Turbo, how you doing? Seb, have you listened to World on Fire from this album? One of my favorites. Dude, can you link it? I'll do that. Have fun. Yo, Wiley Fox, I will have fun this stream. I'm gonna like, I'll lock in, be a little bit more like awake and present. I'm gonna go make a quick coffee. If you want to link that, Turbo, when I get back, I'll find it and play it. It sounds good. I'm down. I'm Greek and a little Italian, and I speak it. Yo, that's actually cool. That's pretty cool, Raisins. I didn't realize. You never know. Like, you learn little bits and pieces about people on stream, like a little bit at a time, and it's it's a cool thing. It's a cool thing. But you just like you have these like big gaps in your mind where you like you make stuff up or you don't know a lot about people. So I'm learning more about you. Very cool. All right, coffee time. Be right back. Okay. It's making some actual changes here. But here, I mean, it hasn't done anything. Yo. Psych. 10 stream streak. Good to see. Okay, hold on. Where's that music? There we go, Turbo. Let's see. Oh, yeah, I know the one. I know the one, Turbo. It's good stuff. Maltese Australian Goldie. Nice. I didn't know about the Maltese. I thought it was Viking, Norse, because of the beard, you know. Okay, what's it doing on the left here? Tests actually make sense, yep. This ain't doing squat, guys. I think you can have the best computer in the whole damn world, and it still doesn't really, work running your AI locally, which is an interesting lesson. Seems like cloud compute is pretty necessary. And this whole thing is a pretty expensive enterprise, running your own AI. 1 week of Seb being late night DJing. Yo, yeah. You're not wrong, Jason. I'm getting really excited by the stuff we're doing. So, you know, it feels good. It feels good to, you know, be a DJ for a little bit. I'll catch up with my life one day. You feeling behind, Raisins? Raisins, everybody's accent sounds cool to somebody else who hasn't heard it, though. Mostly. Not everyone, but a lot of them. I sound too Australian. Goldie has a bit of an accent. For sure, for sure. You hardly notice it when it's your own accent, though. Okay, you're going lurk mode. You love their old stuff. I love Above and Beyond. They're really, really good. Welcome back, God of War. Okay, Jason. Yep, it's true. It's true. We are degenning a little bit, but we're also getting a lot done at the same time, so. Okay. I have to say, I think the user experience, the command line user experience is quite cool. But, I mean, the thing that might be best would be right now, VS Code actually does a really good job of showing you what's happening. I think that might be the way to go for more, you know, for future development. I wanted to try the command line today for obvious reasons. Like, we can do some cool things, right? We can have a bunch of different agents running at the same time, but, oh, look at that. This just dumped a bunch of tokens there for a moment. But it's run for an hour and done nothing. This one's at an hour and a half. All right, Gemma 4 is doing squat. Qwen 3.5 also close to squat. Interestingly, though, Qwen 5 has managed to do 10,000 tokens of back and forth, and so Qwen 5 is exchanging more tokens than these other models, which is like, what's the deal with that? Why would that be the case? What streak could have been higher if I did miss the Queensland stream? Oh, psych, it's... You know, I really appreciate you being here. I'm sorry that you missed that streak. I don't know... Yeah, I thought it might happen, like streaming early, but that event was so cool and interesting. And even after all of that, even after that entire event, it's still like the audio didn't, the audio captured well, but the video didn't really work. So all of that for like, I can't even make VODs and stuff out of it. It's, yeah, it's a shame. I found a Belgian truck driver that speaks Dutch with a French accent. Psych, where? Are you talking about are you talking about Trucker Dylan on Twitch? He's rated us before. That guy's a legend. I like him. Worked out perfectly. I have one new member in the Mayhem crew. He is able to join the next community games. The one I joined yesterday. Who's the Mayhem crew? Is this something on like one of like, what is it, Bert's streams? Is this a Bert thing? Ah, it never tells me when I have claimed a streak on Twitch. Isn't there like some user interface button that pops up that you have to click to do that? Ah, let's say it was all the chat members on our stream. Okay. Does sound like Mayhem. Never shows for me. I don't think I've even seen it either, but I don't spend a lot of time in other streams, to tell you the truth. It's, Chloe IRL. Is this the Mayhem crew? Oh, no, you're talking about the trucker. Dude, she's doing well. 100K follows for a trucker. Pretty good. Oh, it read a file. Look, it read a file. After 1 hour, it finally read the file that I asked it to read in the prompt. There's something wrong. There's something wrong here. There's something going wrong. Seriously, it can't be this bad. There's something going wrong. So, I mean, I'm tempted to try and figure out, like, what's actually going wrong. It, like, surely there's a problem that... There might be some kind of, like, local restriction or some configuration setting for Ollama that's not working. Maybe I've given it to, like, I need to expose it to other services on the network. It could be... The model location is off. No, it wouldn't be that. I don't know what's causing this to be so slow. Let's explore it a little. Man, that coffee makes a difference, guys. Okay. I'm trying to run local models using Ollama, and they appear to be really slow compared to running online. My PC is state of the art, however, so I'm thinking that there may be some kind of configuration issue. Let's ask me a little bit about my setup and then give me a reality check about what kind of speeds I should be expecting when using tools like Codex and Claude. Okay. Under channel points, is there like a... I mean, I see infinite channel points here, as is my right as a streamer. Seb, you might need to turn on your to-do list to reach out to Berticus for that. I tried to do that and I can't get in touch on Discord, but I did rate her last night and she definitely was excited about the idea. So like it could happen. It could definitely happen. Are you using GPU? I mean, good question. What is that about? Gemma 4 is running. Aren't we running more than that? We're running Gemma 4, we're running a different Gemma 4, and we're running Qwen 3.5, right? Okay. This is a 5090 OC edition. This is a Ryzen. What is it? An Ryzen. Okay, hold on. Should be going to the stream page, actually. But these are the... I mean, let's go here. How do I get to the about? You gotta like click here, right? About. I always found this really hard to get to. There's like a way to get to your profile. There it is. Windows 11. What we are trying to do is run Gemma 4. Her DMs will be turned off. I tried it. We'll just have to figure some other way out to do it eventually. I sent her a friend request. Maybe she'll see it and accept it at some point. It was very kind of you to raid. I missed that part because I forgot I had an appointment. I was very like, it's all good, man. It's all good. T with the Mad Hatter. Hold on. It was very kind of you to raid. You guys referring to her as the Mad Hatter. Yeah, I mean, she's every time I've met her, she seemed really nice with her head screwed on. So, okay, we're running Qwen 3.5. Where's the other one? Gemma 3. Sorry, Gemma 4, 31 billion. Okay. Quantization not known. Time to first token. Right now, I've asked a fairly simple request to create a plan, and I'm seeing it take hours before even completing anything. High performance runtimes massively outperform Ollama in throughput and latency. Per second generation. Okay, mid GPU. High-end GPU. I mean, it should be snappy, but model's too big. I mean, it's got a ton of RAM, so this could be it. Might be able to actually add more context. If we add I mean, we could do processes and okay, wrong model for the task. There it is. Can't be I am the Mad Hatter. Isn't the Mad Hatter really more of a state of mind than anything else? Hey Brian, how you doing? Grooving to the music there, I see. This is so slow. Why? I suspect there'll be some kind of configuration thing that we're getting. Okay, your configuration is fundamentally broken for LLM interface. Why this is killing performance? Oh, all right. All right. Fair enough. Someone called it earlier. You can't use the 3 billion parameter model. Fix context immediately. All right. Set Ollama context length to, all right, yeah, that could be it. I might have gone wrong with the amount of context. I've given it way too much context. So sounds like that's processor 100, so GPU 100%. If you want the next, all right, we're going to kill these things that aren't working. Exit that, exit this. There's hope. Exit that. Okay, so Give me the Olama commands to run to get the best coding model for, say, C Sharp. Okay, so we had... What I do on your exact machine, Gwen 2.5 coder. I think we have that, don't we? Olama list. We do have Gwen 2.5 coder. What was the delete command again? This is where I want Warp. Warp has this really nice like thing where you can just like type plain English and it converts it to commands. CLI tool to use plain English to get commands using AI. Lazy shell. Lazy shell might be the one that we want there. Or AI shell, though. That's going to be Linux from the sound of it. What operating systems? Oh, Llama, where art thou? Darius, hey yo, how's the day? I'm having a slow day, man. I'm doing like I'm spending the day doing like tools and research. This is a tools and research day, not so much a work on the game day. We have lots of work on the game days, and we're having, you know, instead we're taking some time to just like to figure some new stuff out. I want to get locally hosted models working, just because I'm, you know, starting to burn a lot of tokens with some of the more recent workflows. And if I can run it on my decent, like really strong computer, then things I think will be much better, Darius. So having a good day though, having a good day. I'm just a bit tired. So I'm taking it easy and learning some new stuff. Okay. Kiwi Totoro, I had a little search and found an article about how Llama is not the best and is restrictive in how to customize it. Just one article. I mean, does it offer any solutions or alternatives, or is it just like just saying that? Okay, this seems okay, but it's getting a lot of stars and a lot of forks, and that's quite nice. It doesn't clearly state what operating systems this works on. Obviously, it works on Mac, but set language, upgrading, common areas, like, seems like a very basic thing to... So NPM is everywhere. We can do WSL, I guess. If we got Windows Subsystem for Linux, it would probably be fine. All right, we'll have a search of that. does it actually offer anything? Like, I don't like it if it's just going to be like, this is bad. I want to know what's good. Okay, what does it actually... Like, I know that UI. That's the open, that OpenAI system, I think. You get an... I think they're trying to sell you something here, though. They're trying to sell something here. Llama, CPP, hold on. Maybe not, maybe not. A problem for another time, I think. I shouldn't get too sidetracked. I should just... So what was it? It was Olama, remove, and then we're going to go that, because that's too big. RM. Yes. Gwen Coda, we're keeping. Gwen 3.5, we're keeping. I think 2.5. I don't know. What was the recommendation that we got? Might be outdated. If 3.5 is there, we might run with that. Qwen 2.5. We can go with a higher version of that. 3.5 Coda might be an option. What's the command to... What's the Olama command to show all of the available models? Everyone is selling something. Seems informative, but I am a layman. No, I mean, yeah, for sure. It's recommending something different, Totoro, and I might circle back to that, but I don't want to start messing around. Like, if I start down that path, it'll be, you know, another hour or so before I have that installed and running, or like, it seemed like you had to compile from source. There isn't just something you download. So, okay, Olama list is the ones installed. See if there's a Qwen coder here for Qwen 3 coder is there. QWEN 2.5 coder. We've got 3 coder. We'll try 3 coder, but that's 30 billion again. $8 billion might be better. Okay, let's do a little research on what's state of the art right now for code from the different options listed here. Okay. Can you run more than one model at a time? It could be that... Nah, that would be weird if it didn't have some kind of like better communication there. Okay, Qwen 2.5 coder seems to be the way to go. .5 coder. Do I have that? 2.5 coder, yes. From 3 weeks ago. Then let's give that a run. And then we should be able to do the PS thing to make sure that the processor's running. And then we'll go back to codecs. Wow, this has been a long-running refactor, like a really big refactor, concerningly long-running, if I'm being honest. But it is making a lot of changes, which is good. We've mixed it up with the face data. I should have committed that first. I think the other thing I did here is not resume, which was a real mistake. This will be a new thread with a bunch of context, so I'm learning something useful here as well. Another fun fact. Though I go by Raisins, I also go by Angie, which is short for another name that's possibly the same as... Alright, another Angelique with different spelling. Fair, fair, fair. Ooh, this one's wrapping up. This one's wrapping up. That's exciting. Okay. Go for it. Let's do a build. The other thing we'll do here... I would like some in-game UI, world space, that puts the role of each character above the head of the player controlling that character. Let's do some plan mode for that. Though I do like that I could like have multiple terminals working on something like, you know, side by side. I do like the experience here in code just because you can see the changes, but also I think what we're going to be doing when we figure this out is we'll have one, if Quen can actually do it. Okay. Let's go with respond with hello world. Hello world. Okay, good. Bye. And then let's see. Oh llama. What was it? Oh llama. Might have to create an alias here for myself so I remember this more easily. We'll start with a known working one. Llama launch codecs. We don't want Gemma. We want... The problem might have been the size of the context that we were giving it. So let's give this a shot. 2.5 coda, 14 billion. Okay, let's try this. New build faster with, hold on. That's not a good tip. That's not a useful tip. All right. First things first. Let's try. So let's go and actually try and do something concrete. All right, when the player disconnects, I'd like to. Okay, we're gonna plan. We need a new system that allows code to change the expression of the character in a way that's not just random. Let's see if it can plan. Hopefully this does a better job. Reconnecting. Right. That actually, yeah, that annoying thing happened. Let's see if we can do this with a completely new window, because this one doesn't have the... That can exit, and then terminal. C, work. Base dot not monsters. This one is actually wild how long it's taking. It's taking a really long time. Codex, and then we're going to plan. Hold on, that's not codex. It's going to be a llama's codex with Quen. We need a system that can control the face of the characters from code in a non-random way. We actually need to plan first. Plan. Let's see how this goes. I'm really hopeful that this will work better. Why is it printing JSON? What the hell? You just gave me some JSON. You just gave me some JSON. I want to plan the implementation of a new feature in this code base, specifically within the client folder. Okay. Angie is a good name. It's a good name, Raisins. A name to a face. True that. I'll forget both. Jason, I'm terrible with names too, honestly. Raisins is still cool. I just thought that was a funny coincidence. Yeah, it is. It's a small world. But, you know, when you think of it, it's like, it's funny. The world, with enough, like, there's enough random instances of stuff happening where, like, eventually you're going to find, like, With enough like order, you find randomness within it, if that makes any sense. It's like with the world being as complicated as it is, it's why is it just returning JSON? It's pretty strange that you're returning JSON here. Can you please just return something simple like hello world so that I know that you're working? What? This is nonsense. What's causing you to respond with JSON here? The problem isn't that you're returning JSON, it's that I'm trying to get you to plan a feature and you're returning JSON instead. This is weird. Maybe take some time to explore the folder that you're in to have more context so that we can move forward first? You just returned Jason again. What is this? What is going on with this? Yo, what's up? Hello, Skeleton King. We're trying to locally host and model this one here, and no, it's not. It's not working very well. It's not working very well. That can run there, but this. Let's see what happens here. What do you make of the following results with Qwen 2.5? This is gonna be funny. I don't even know what it's gonna say. Model tooling mismatch is in tool calling mode and your environment isn't handling that correctly. Okay. Your model is not being dumb, it's doing exactly what it's trained to. Alright. Your setup is broken. Codex CLI, Qwen Coda. The tool execution loop is not wired correctly. So instead of model output, tool... What keeps happening? Why your props don't fix it. Okay, Curtis is exposing MCP tools. Is wrong for your use case. How to fix it? Force model. I don't want to... I mean, tools are useful. I don't want to... use a non-tool bias mode. That's... Fix the loop properly. Okay. Model outputs a tool JSON. The app executes the tool, feeds the results. That's the intended architecture. Tool execution not a stable combination right now. Like, ugh. Okay, I mean, let's try Claude instead, see if that works. We're going to try Coda 2.5 billion. We got a, that might be related to the other, that's related to this though. That's going to be this. Okay. What was the last prompt we gave it? I mean, we can try this one. We'll take it to planning mode. Plan. See what it can do. It's the same thing. Maybe we can do... there's a thing here where you go IDE. Same thing, same thing. All right, let's try. Let's try something different then. Instead of Coda, we're gonna try this. It's gonna be another big download, I guess. Llama list is gonna be a thing. And then we're going to RM Qwen 2.5 Coda. I suppose that goes. I guess we can try it like Coda latest instead of the 2.5 billion parameter one. Qwen 3.5 latest might be an interesting thing to try here instead of 2.5. Why would they, like 3.5 seems a sensible choice, right? Let's try Claude and go for Qwen 2.5. Qwen 2.5 Coda latest. Yeah, we'll try that. This is going to be the latest one, right? Qwen 2.5 Coda. Didn't we just try this one? No, maybe not. We're going to go to the right folder first. Base dot not monsters. Launch Claude. Go with Coda. Can you give me a quick hello world? Ooh, looks like our shuffle has gone in a weird direction. See if I can get back to it with yeah, back to the start of the playlist that Turbo gave us. That Jason is a pain. It's weird, right? Seems I was confusing the AI, but it's not just me. It's like any kind of Coda model seems like it is going wrong. So let's get a list and remove the Coda ones. So Qwen, Coda, and Coda latest. Which is real unfortunate, but that frees up a lot of disk space at least. Okay. Qwen 3.5 might be a go. Can you give me a quick hello world? Moseying. What's that say? Moseying. How about you create a new folder here called test and make a .NET solution that I can run with .NET Run that outputs hello world to the command line. See how this goes. Because that was a quick response. All right, all right. C work base dot not monsters. Did you? Did you though? See, now this one's hallucinating. What is it doing? See, this just straight up lied to me. This should be the output if it had actually done the stuff that it said it was going to do, but... I mean, is this Claude? Let's try it with Codex. Is it running? I don't think it is. We're trying Qwen 3.5. Can you give me a quick hello world? Let's see if this is able to do it. Oh, this is finally implemented. Hello world. Thank you, Psych. Damn, that guy Jason is a pain. He can be. He can be. Jason is. I actually do really like Jason as a serialization format. I think it's brilliant. When you compare it with like everything else, it's really nice. It's really nice. Okay. We might have to do a build at some point here. But before we do that, let's go here. We'll do a debug test with multiple instances. I'll leave the server and join it again, and we'll see if that works. Multiple instances, run. I need to discover something new, like Above and Beyond, but it's like so hard to get in that frame of mind. Oh, that's not good. Video windowed. I'm gonna quit all these because our application is trying to restore the full screen state of the game. Okay. Nothing else goes. Above and Beyond. I mean, nothing goes quite as hard, in my opinion. All right. Play host. Play matchmake. Play matchmake. Play matchmake. We need a searching status for while matchmaking. Does that work? Here, 4 left the room, did he? We might have broken this. They're not staying connected. And it'll have to do with the errors, all right. Okay, here we go. These are arrows. Oh, of course. Let's rerun this. Is it going to work? Speaking of is it going to work? All right. Can you put that Python script in a file in the root of the folder that we're currently in? Play host, play matchmake, play matchmake, play matchmake. Okay. Ooh, one of us got a monster. Ooh, resume. That's actually sick. Two monsters. Multiplayer working. Leave match. Play. Resume. Oh my god, is it gonna work? Oh my god, it worked! That is actually sick. Guys, that's actually sick. He stays there. That's very, very, very cool. If I leave with this guy, do I get the same? Yeah, that's freaking awesome. This is very, very, very cool. That's very, very, very cool. The host won't be able to leave. Okay, we need a little like confirmation dialogue. Let's see if this system can handle that. So, I mean, straight up, this one's finished, right? This worked, and that's been very good, and I'm happy with it. So, let's close this. Node is still running. Is it? Why? We're gonna kill that. We're gonna kill this whole terminal, and then we're going to open Tabby again. And the thing we want to test here. So let's CD to not monsters. Codex resume. Okay. That's now working. We got Quen 2.5. That didn't work though. Here we can now what was it? Control Shift S, yep. And now from here we could do ls dir, sorry, see if we have our Python file. This didn't work. This didn't do what we wanted to do. Did you create the file? I suspect not. Interesting that that behavior works like that. All right, I can't believe that resume functionality works so easily. I'm actually thrilled about that. Where's the rest of our windows? That one, and this one. Yeah, it's a collab, right? God of War, it's pretty sick. For the win, definitely winning for the win. We are winning. I'm gonna grab a jumper, guys. Sorry, one moment. Yeah, it's a big win. That is, yeah, it's quite a big win. It working like that means now if games are interrupted, they'll be able to get resumed. The only thing I haven't tried there is closing the game, and I probably need to compile it to do that. So let's do it. Let's do it. We'll export a Windows build. Windows build. I mean, how do we actually... It's been a minute since we did this. Runnable... 0.0.2. It's going to go... Builds... Okay, no export template found. Manage export templates. Team Liquid Hoodie, let's go. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. The old fast Team Liquid Hoodie. It's the right kind of warm right now for me, so... the reason I'm doing this, guys, is to test a 5th player with a build and also to close the game and open it again, though I don't know exactly how that's going to happen with multiple running instances like that, because it will need to save to like a local file. So I'm just hoping because I open it last, it's going to, and connect it last, it's going to be the one that resumes. And so I want to see that pop up. Okay, could you clarify which file you're... This is just, like... Let's explain this to... Isn't Mistral like the... This is supposed to be like the... Yeah, that's weird. Okay. Maybe I ought to try 2.5 like it suggests. What is Mistral? Isn't that the... I thought this was leaked. Oh no, it's something different. I mean, we could try Mistral. Mistral. It's cool that it's that Ollama is really starting to like lean into I mean, let's try that one. And see what it thinks of this. Your system is working correctly now. Your expectations about what local models can do are off. You've moved to a tool first model to a chat first model. All right, so this stuff is just like not working. Tools must be explicitly executed in a loop. Okay, what? Chat model pretending to be an agent. I think you have a good sense of what I'm trying to achieve. Tell me what I should be running with Ollama so that I can get it actually assisting me in code using Codex and Claude. We could try Mistral. We can try Mistral. Though let's actually first get a good, let's go to get, we need a recommendation. All right, let's try it. RM, and we're just gonna like remove everything. Can I give it this an asterisk and just have it get rid of it all? That would be handy. Let's try it. Actually, we're going to do that. We're pretty much done here. And then we'll download Qwen3 code and we'll see how it goes. Okay, that's installed now. Let's export it now. Save it in builds. We'll see the output here, then we'll run it. That resuming behavior is really, really, really cool. The fact that that's working like that. It's still very placeholder in terms of its UI, but I think the next thing that I'll do, we can get some do something like change the expression to sleeping. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to do is change the expression of the player to sleeping when they disconnect. I'd also like to stop the faces randomizing. Let's also refactor the way that our face system works so that it can be used like a presentation layer where external systems can set the face to a particular setting. Let's focus on user experience from a code perspective here with something like an enum for the different expressions. Let's see. All right. That will be quite cool. I think that might have actually worked now. See work, and then we'll have base.notmonsters.builds, and we're going to make that 0.0.1. And then the 0.0.2. Okay, here we go. The game is running in a window. Excellent. Let's run our harness. That should be fine, and then I can come along and join it with an extra player. Then I can close it and open it again. Yeah, I think that'll be the flow. That'll be the flow. Okay, here we go, guys. This will be good. This will be good. Play host, play join, play join, play join. Where's our cursor? Resume. Okay. All right, so here's the real test. 5 applications running, 5 versions of the game running. What we're going to do is connect with this one. So we'll join by lobby code just to be sure. I mean, there's no point, but QKG. If we connect him, and we'll spawn in with something different. Okay, he's in. This was the last one to join. What I'm going to do is Alt F4, like hard quit now. Okay, hold on. Seb question. I know the pick is random, but is it possible you get all monsters? No, it's not possible. It's not possible, God of War, because we know the lobby size ahead of time. And with the fixed lobby size, we pre-generate a set number within a randomized range. So you can't all get monsters. That's the short answer to it. Is like you say how many people will be in the lobby. The game doesn't start until that number is met, and then in that way we can also say the first and the third player are monsters when the lobby is created, and then only when the lobby is full does it actually start, right? So it still randomizes it, but at the same time, it doesn't randomize it to the extent that you could accidentally get all monsters. Okay, so if we do that and exit, he disappeared, which is good. Then if I go builds here, VO2, start again. What I hope to see here, guys, is when the game opens up, yes, the game like crashed or closed or whatever, and then I resume, and it's straight back in. This is fantastic. That's really, really, really cool. That's really, really, really cool. All right. That's really, really, really cool. What a win. What a win. Really like that. We really like that. One thing that's not good here is leave match needs a confirmation dialogue, just like the quit button. So cool that we can just do this now. Resume the game. Though I'm noticing one thing. Those who quit, if I leave match, the character stays. And I can resume. If I quit, the character actually gets removed, right? Hold on, we'll do it. We'll do it nice and clear. So if I go here, so we can't mistake it. If I quit, why did the other ones actually? They disappeared. Let's try something. We need to try something just while we're here. Whoopsie daisy. So if I resume this, okay, yeah. What about the other windows, though? On the host, the character actually disappeared. One more time. Resume. The character got instantiated there. Why did the others disappear? All right, how did that go? Okay. Please give me a quick hello world to prove you're working. I need to define the problem a little better for this left one. What the hell? Claude Code workflows benefit from large context windows. All right, we can improve our context window. Settings, where are we? It's saying 32K. We can do that. Misaligned with your intent. The model is decided. This is a dual priority bias problem. Add a system of constraint. All right, so it just is saying just get better. Okay, so look around and familiarize yourself with this project. When you understand and have everything in mind and are confident you can make some changes, let's move forward. Otherwise, ask me any questions that are open before we proceed. Okay, let's get down to that. We did see an issue there. We did see an issue where if I hit quit, the character's despawned. You're going to be lurking, Trojan? Good on you, man. See you when you get back. I appreciate you being here. I really do. I've been making preparations to dev my game. How did the local agent plan go? Do we run Quen? Was it any good? So far, we've had a pretty rubbish experience with it. The system we're running now is Quen 3 instead of what we were doing. So, I'm not really comfortable giving this AI permission to do stuff in here. See, install node. Hell no. What is it? This thing is not the smartest. It's not the smartest. Why install node in npm? So I think today's question was, can we use local LLMs? And it's like, kind of no. Okay, so we're gonna read agents and give me back your context so that I'm sure you understand where you are and what you're trying to do. The fact that I'm having to ask this, I'm not comfortable with it. And it still has its tasks as Node.js. If it breaks what we're doing, I'm going to be annoyed because it is working well. In fact, I should probably stage all of this. And not that. Okay. Maybe tell it to look specifically at the markdown files for the game design document and spec. Yeah. Yep. It's looking in the wrong folders. That should exist, actually. That should exist. Open an Explorer. I think that name is right, so I don't know why that one didn't work. Oh, server not monsters is a completely wrong directory. It's like it's making some really scary mistakes that I don't really want to let it. I don't trust it. I really don't trust it. Um, I'm not sure, but I think it would be possible to do a four-person lobby with one of them a monster and the other's village. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You're not wrong, God of War. You're not wrong. I think that's the minimum number is four people. Good tune, right, Turbo? It was a good tune. It was a good vibe. It was a good vibe. Okay. That one can hang out here. So the locally run models are like, don't use Claude Code for it. Open code, make small task oriented agents, and then you use it there for specific small targeted tasks. The Claude and code harnesses try to do too much and they confuse the small model. Yeah. I get what you're saying, Teddy, but like the issue with that is the workflows in the small models are like what's attractive to me. If I can't use that, then I don't know if I'm going to bother running it locally at all. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. So you're absolutely right, and I know we could probably do something like that, but I want to use it in Claude, and I want to use it in Codex. And that's what Olama supports now, so I feel like they wouldn't support it if there weren't some way that you could get it doing some useful things, but it's... Otherwise, it's like, why have they put all that effort into supporting it, right? All right, let's see. I think these can quit out. And then I'll run one more time. And I'll go straight into our auto match harness. And the thing I'm going to do here is quit and see what happens with the despawning. Did one of those close? No. It's just still doing its layout. Okay. Why is it doing this? Okay, if that one quits... Quits and confirms. He goes to sleep, which is good. That's what we want. The window management's really doing something freaky. Okay, so all three of them are still standing there and sleeping, which is correct. The next thing that we could, in theory, do is set up host migration. I don't know if this, I don't know. This is working the best yet, so I guess that's improvement, but it still feels like, I still feels like there's something, you know, I don't know if it's going to be good enough. But this is something. Now it's at least reading the files. It's doing something, which is more than what we had before. Okay, the next thing that we can maybe do here, I think I do need to go like review the code, review the files, make sure that it's all of enough, like high enough quality to commit. There were some bugs there, and I need to actually figure them out. So we're going to run it without the harness. See what happens when I do the quits again. Okay, play, host. Now we're getting this layout issue again. All right. I think the next thing to do is probably when the host quits, like host migration. Based builds to not monsters. I should not have closed that. I am tired. I'm making mistakes, guys, like simple mistakes too. Okay, play, host, play, matchmake. You liking the music, Casey? Ryan, you too. I see you grooving there. If the target is to offload tokens, you can achieve it. If you want to use Claude or Codex harnesses on top of it, you are way better with some proxy router routing requests to free providers from OpenRouter that are still big models. They're just spying on your inputs so it can be slow. Okay, hold on. Teddy, if the target is to offload some tokens, you can achieve it. If you want to use Claude Code or complex harnesses on top of it, you're better with some proxy router routing requests. What are proxy router routing requests to free providers? Oh, I think you're saying like just make a bunch of accounts with some of the free providers and use their tokens or something along those lines. Yeah, I think I follow you. Teddy. I'm not really trying to like, I don't know, I feel like that's cheating people that aren't, I don't want to be making a bunch of accounts and proxies and stuff like that just to game the system. If I'm gonna do it, I want to do it legit. And that would involve, self-hosting. And if it's not there yet, it's not there yet. Offload token usage, open code, small workflows, small tasks. Yeah, no, I get it. Okay, so select these, select someone, all of these. Matchmake with you. Select him. Select here. Okay. Now each of these needs to quit. Okay, still there. He did not go to sleep though. Fair bit of lag. If that one quits, she's still there. I mean, for now, it's so far so good. Okay. Yep, so far so good. Interesting that this game is so smooth and this one is so jank. There might be some errors in the background here. We can have another run of that. Okay. Proxy requests to cloud free providers. OpenRouter.ai. Use free API keys that they give. Both are legit. Okay. Open 8. All right. Proxy requests to cloud free providers. All right. I have to understand what this is then. If we're one API for any model, access all major models through a single unified interface. Keep costs. I'm still not really grasping what, like, are they saying that they can give you can run on different providers that are lower cost than directly from the hosting from the provider? That seems interesting. How that would actually happen. Um, This is a middleman. Many models, many providers, some free. You buy tokens there if you want to pay. You create your API keys for whatever models you want to speak to through your apps. Okay. I mean, it's interesting. We'll check it out for sure. I think for now, I'm noticing that like even this, I'm going to check it out, I think, off stream. Otherwise, like, I'm signing up for accounts and trying to create new things on stream, which I know we're messing around today. I know today's stream is really just like a figure it out stream. But I don't want to spend a whole bunch of time creating accounts and stuff there. It could be the way to do it, yeah. I mean, self-hosting was kind of the dream here, but I guess maybe not. This is still just so slow for something so basic. Where are we? Okay, it still seems like it's kind of it's kind of getting this really wrong. I am tempted to just let it run and see what the result is. I don't know if this is something like... Honestly, I think this is not something necessarily usable. This is wrong, for instance. I mean, it wouldn't compile if this was true, so that's not true. Is it just... It's hallucinating. It really is. Network bootstrap runtime, I think, is absolutely fine. It can't understand these using statements from the look of it, which is kind of funny but frustrating. No, I mean, I don't trust this thing. It's like... It's just pretty much wrong about this. System.text.json? It definitely is not missing that. I don't even know if it's right about that. No, I mean, it is used here, but there's nothing missing. Oh, it's starting to change stuff. Nope. Kill it. Kill it with fire. It's wrong and it's changing things. Glad we stayed on top of that. Cast fireball. Okay, you've used a few large language models, minimum viable products in the past, and I know I can use Claude and other harnesses with less or no cost there by still utilizing big models. I mean, yeah, it's cool, Teddy. I'm gonna try it. We'll give it a go. It said it made changes. Is even this a lie? Yeah, I don't trust this. I don't trust it. So I guess yeah, I guess we're not doing any self-hosted. It's doing git push dash dash force. I freaking hope not. I hope not. There's not gonna be history here with like... No, we're still good. We're still good. It didn't do any of that nonsense. I don't trust it though. Okay, so I think the next thing that I'd like to do here is let's just test one more time and see if we can recreate that bug. And then we'll actually review the code, I think. And the other thing is the code that we did for multiplayer, like it was pretty extensive. I am tempted to try and like fix that. Let's do multiple run instances. We might have to fix the code that tiles our windows. That's an issue. Okay, that's not working. I spoke too soon, maybe? I think because of the lag, what was happening is the window position was like slow to update. I mean, damn, we're really using some resources now. What's going on with that? I don't think it's Olama anymore. Though we should get rid of it. Okay. Whoops. That window tiling is definitely doing something freaky. Okay. I wonder if we try and let people know who the host is. Okay, yeah. All right, so all right, enough messing around. That was good experimenting for today. I think the next thing to do, let's go to plan mode. Plan. Right now, if the host disconnects, we get all sorts of errors. This situation really isn't handled very well, but we need to come up with a strategy to manage it. The plan here is host migration. Is this going to be massive? The trouble with host migration might be before we get started, let's first take a look at the state of the project and evaluate the scope of a refactor that would make this possible. Is the impact minimal, substantial, or massive? What are we doing now or trying to fix? I'm considering one last thing that might be really important to the network architecture before we keep building too much more onto it, Casey. Right now, because it's peer-to-peer hosted, one thing that we can do to kind of like solve the problem of what happens when the host disconnects is we can say, all right, all of the clients now go speak back to the matchmaking server and report the, they use their reconnection tokens to say, hey, I got disconnected and here's my reconnect token. And then the server can say, okay, all of you got disconnected. The host is gone. I'm going to pick a new host from among you and pick the game off like up where I left off. The hard thing here is because the host is the authority, it had all of the state and it might have gameplay state that we then need to replicate and propagate across all the different clients. And so it's a real challenge. And we may have had to do something earlier on in the process to make this possible that we didn't do. And I just want to I want to see where the state of it is and how reasonable a refactor like this would be, because it might be too much. It might actually be way too much. But maybe not. Okay, makes sense. Yeah, it's an ambitious thing. Like not many games actually support this, but if we can, then it would be quite cool. The hard thing is if the host goes, the data's gone, right? And if the host has special data that the other clients don't have, then it's a real problem. And we might need to do something where every client keeps state around just in case it needs to become the host. And then it's like, yeah, that might be very, very complicated, or maybe not. Maybe the architecture that we've got can kind of support it because we've been like trying to keep services and stuff existing. Is this using that Gemma 4 thing that you were showing us? No, we gave up on that, Casey. We gave up on Gemma 4. Unfortunately, what it said there, I don't think it actually delivered what it, that Gemma 4, though they were, I don't know, it's like freaking Google and talking so confidently about it being decent. What have we done wrong here? Intelligence per parameter. A new level of intelligence for mobile IoT devices. Frontier intelligence on personal computers. I mean, this is what we're after. We could try the 26 billion parameter model. I mean, it's not a terrible idea. One last try. One last try before we abandon the idea entirely. Let's see. We're going for Gemma. Gemma 4, 26 billion. Let's try it. Gemma 4, 26 billion. Let's see if that can do it. Okay. Which host migration target should V1 plan for? Pause, elect a new host, reconnect through loading recovery step, then replay authoritative snapshots. Keep the live gameplay running with no forced recovery loading. That would be too much. Oops, detour. Yeah, sorry, Casey. It's not exactly a detour. That was something that I definitely wanted to do this stream. And so in a sense, it's like, it's me giving it one more shot before I decide to in a sense, like doing the main quest is the detour today, because I wanted to be deliberate about setting something up to do this. So that's what we're going to do. Okay. As a platform capability, room recovery with recovery / loading step, new host election, reconnect, and snapshot replay. The downgrade from massive to substantial happens because the client already has usable replicated read models, spawn movement face. That means that the new host can plausibly rebuild authority from client-held replicated state instead of inventing a whole new presence layer. It's still not minimal because the permanent host assumption is baked into the stack. The server currently destroys the room when the host leaves. Bootstrap assumes that one fixed host per server peer. Authority fanout is hardwired through host-only remote procedure call paths. If we scope this as room recovery, this is a large but tractable refactor. Okay, the issue here might be that the host contains gameplay state that hasn't been implemented yet. There'll be things like the health of players and centralized state that the host has that the clients might not. We haven't built that yet, but we will eventually. Is it still feasible considering this? Okay, where is Godot? Could have just done some simple stuff. The other thing to do is just to say, oh, too bad. No host here. One thing we could do that is minimal though would be at the end of the lobby, choose the person with the fastest computer and the lowest ping. That would be a good way to ensure that the play experience is best. Okay, what policy should the host migration plan assume the future host authoritative gameplay system? Host migration ready by default. Every new host-owned system must expose recovery snapshots and replay hooks from its first implementation. Health objectives timers must be migration ready. Others can fail over less cleanly. The new host-owned system must expose recovery snapshots and replay hooks from its first implementation. Every new host-owned system must expose recovery snapshots and replay systems. Only critical systems like health, objectives, and timers must be migration ready. Others can fail over less cleanly. But then again, not everyone wants to host, Seb. Not everyone wants to host. No, I know. I want this, like, what I'm aiming for, God of War, is that this game will host, like, it won't seem like one of the players is hosting, but one of the players will be hosting. The game will just seem like any other game with a server, but we'll distribute the workload among the players' machines. And that way it's like when you get into a game, if your computer is the best one to host among the players, then it's the one that's selected for it. Okay, what should the host migration plan assume for host authoritative gameplay systems? Okay. Every new host-owned system must expose recovery snapshots and replay hooks from its first implementation. Only critical systems like health, objectives, and timers must be migration ready. Others can fail over less cleanly. Do we bother with this? Is the real question. Okay. There's a Ollama launch option here that has okay, we're just gonna launch Claude with Gemma 426B. Okay, and again, we're going to give me a brief summary of what is in this project. Okay. What policy should the host migration plan for? This is a big, like, it's a really interesting question. If I think of the game design, core systems only. Others can fail over less cleanly. I'm not really sure. I'm not really sure about this. Wow, look at the tokens being sent. That's actually moving pretty fast. Hey, that's actually a decent answer. Did Gemma just not freak out and do a good job? It's a structured C# multiplayer game project with a dedicated client signaling server and significant library of 3D assets. Like, pretty perfect. Okay. Plan mode, please. I want to add a button to the user interface when the user tries to leave a game that they're in. Not the quit game button, but the leave button. The quit game button has a dialog that shows up and warns the user, but the leave game button does not. We should have something similar to the quit game button. I mean, let's remove the quit game button from the in-game menu and put that dialog box that is currently on the quit game menu on the leave button. Let's explore this and come up with a plan before we implement. Let's see. This might actually be working. API error, consent block not found. Dang it. That first one did quite well. I kind of like straight up abandoned that chat. But maybe we bring it back. It looks like a smaller version of Gemma might be working a bit better. We have the following error though. Moondog, hello, how you doing? Whoa, Dev raid? Dev hasn't raided, has she? No way, no way. Didn't happen, didn't happen. Starship also. Good night, Goldie. Sleep really well. I hope not a dev raid today. Oh, she wanted to raid you, but it glitched. No way. No actual raid? Did something break and go wrong? That is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Is this a dev raid though? Dev, are you actually here? Are you actually here in the chat? You want to see something really cool? Raid got stuck. That sucks. How was your stream though, Dev? Thank you for raiding all the same. Raids have been glitching lately. That's very, very annoying. I think her PC is angry at her for leaving Los Angeles. Could be. Could be. Check it out, Dev. Check this out. We're doing something pretty cool here. Let me just... Hold on. That's lagging for a reason I don't understand, but that's fine. Check this out. Check this out. If I do this on all these different players, we'll get into a multiplayer game. Just you wait. Hold on. It'll happen. Where's the last one? Sorry, I know this looks laggy as AF right now, but many things to minimize. Okay, I need a do-over. I need a do-over. This looks like chaos right now, but trust me, there's cool things happening. One moment, Dev. Look at this. Okay, the GPU is frickin' pegged, and I think I know what it is. That's going to be Olama doing something sneaky in the background, potentially. But okay, hold on. Oh, it's freaking out again. Hold on, I'll get them all in the game and then I'll show you, Dev, because this is pretty cool. Look. Look. Hold on. Hold on, chat. I need a do-over. I definitely need a do-over. Where are we? One more time. Is it because there's errors in the console? What is it? There's definitely errors in the console that we need to fix. Dev's not even here, by the way. Okay. Dev's raided and gone. Told us we were free to go where we wanted to. Oh, okay, okay. So you all just decided to come over here. I certainly appreciate that, guys. Okay, I don't always use it, but I actually have a specific command for who we're raiding when it happens. Okay, okay. Sorry that error's messing things up, guys. All right, there's not a dev raid, but welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. We're at the point where the game is, the game's kind of like multiplayer is functioning, which is really, really exciting. Okay, we could do like... Every host-owned system must expose recovery snapshots and replay hooks. Oh, yo, loving the progress. It is. It's a pretty exciting progress. Thank you, Modzius. I do appreciate it. Hold on, I need to make sure I keep my voice down now. If Dev's raiding, she's going to sleep. And I can't be loud for that. Where was I? Here. The first real issue you've hit, not modal, not coding, it's a Claude code and Olama. The model respond for evidence. This is a known issue. Why Gemma feels better but still breaks. Protocol level. It's planned, so they're saying that... Okay. Let's see if that works for us. Okay, what policy should the host migration plan assume for host authoritative things? I think it needs to be everything. Let's get a look at it. Look at this, guys. The tokens are actually coming through really fast. Fast has ended too, so it's a dark house. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's getting late. It is getting fairly late, so that's understandable. How did her stream go, guys? Did Fast have a really good stream with the Rust content? Did she do more of it? I guess we could call it an unofficial dev raid. You all could do that. You all could do that. I can't wait to have those guys in this game playing. It's actually gonna be so exciting. It's gonna be so sick. Oh, have we been in just chatting this whole time? We should have been here. Okay. Died to a horse and got shat on by the horse. What? Fast was doing Rust and Dev was just chatting. From what I have seen. Yeah, yeah. Nice, nice. Glad they both had good streams. Okay, here we go. I searched for 7 patterns. What are you... All right. It actually... This is still not good. This is still not a good response. I've explored the code base and identified the project structure. Yeah. Yeah, but what about the plan I requested earlier? Can you please construct that plan for me? Okay, we're about to see if this actually does anything. It's probably not gonna work. This might be the end of the this is the first like promising response that we got, and we got it in 36 seconds. This time it's not so much. It's basically restating exactly what it said without adding any like meaningfully responding to the prompt at all, which is a shame. That's a shame. I don't see a previous request. Okay, here's the plan. Create a plan for the following. Okay. Starship Swifty, have a good one. Good night. Have a great dinner. I hope you eat something delicious. Get lots of nutrition. This is the best results we've had, but I don't think we're going to be able to do this, honestly. I think the dream dies here for now. This is an improvement, but probably not. I wonder what I do wonder what Gemma 4 is supposed to I mean, Google AI Studio, like maybe Gemini CLI? Gemini has a CLI, right? Gemini, okay, hold on. Gemma 3. Would this model work better if I was to use Gemini CLI? Searching for 6 patterns, reading 4 files, listing 2 directories. I'm not sure what it identifies as patterns, but yeah, thank you for being here is right, God of War. That's a nice sentiment. How are you doing, Mondo? Good to see you. I spent ages writing out the ideas for the game I was thinking about. I don't have anyone that could put this into motion. Moondog. What do you like? What's your situation? Maybe the thing to do would be to go and like attend a game jam and like scope down the document a lot, and then see if you can find some people who are interested in building like a MVP of it as part of just like a fun experiment. That could be a way to do it. Otherwise, do you have funding? Do you have money to make the idea real? Because if you can cover the costs of development. Do I go to my local game creator in my city? Game development might be more expensive than you realize. If you have the money to do it, then yes. An idea on its own, what has value is the execution, if that makes any sense. The idea on its own doesn't have as much value as a lot of people might think that they do. So it can be a great idea, right? But what makes it worth something is how it's actually built, how it's actually implemented. So there's a few options you have. It's like, gather people around you and inspire them. That's one, and then get people on board for it. It's learn to do it yourself, which is another difficult and long road. And then the third road, which is a high risk road in some sense, is like get the money and find the people with the talent and give them financial incentive to do it. So you could go for like and you can also go online, right? You don't need to go to your own city. You could go find a game studio from anywhere. There's so many people who would love to get a paid game project, but the question is that the right move? Is that the right financial move for you? Where are you at right now in life? Can you afford a thing like this? Okay. I've explored the code base and understand the project structure. It's just restating what was the last command that I gave you? What was the last request I made? I don't know if this like working. This seems like it's not working. Um, okay, it'll get worse, not better. Um, okay, so Ada, OpenDevin, and continue.dev. If you want the best overall experience, Claude Code plus Claude Cloud. Even Gemini CLI did support Olama. Yeah, okay, true. Already uncover this pattern. What you should do instead, Claude Code, real Claude model, local and unstable. Oh my god. Let's have a look at Ada. Okay. I don't know, man. AI pair programming in your terminal. This looks impressive. Claude Sonnet. All right, but like, are there any locally? Is this a locally hosted thing, or are we still now online? All of these are saying online. Okay, does Ada offer? Oh, keyboard is out of battery. My bad. Okay, hold on. There we go. Does offer the best self-hosted AI solution? Is this why you recommended it? Is this why you recommended it? Cloud and local LLMs. Including local models. I mean, this is the recommendation that we saw earlier, that OpenRouter offers free. Okay, I mean, am I seeing any that jump out here as? I mean, none of these are really like. I do need to look into free models, I guess. Okay, what is it? OpenDevin. You're still putting API keys in. Terminal AI pair programming. I mean, not. Yeah, I think we're just calling it here. We're just calling it here. We tried. The The last request you made was the initial one that provided the system instructions to establish the environment for this session. I mean, no, this is wrong, so I think we're calling it. We're calling it. We're going back to cloud. What state must the first host migration release recover? Lobby and in match. Live match authoritative state. First release migrates rooms safely before gameplay starts. Mid-match still ends the session. I don't think we actually want to do this, but I do want to consider the scope of the change. That's going to be the big thing to figure out. Biers, je wordt niet dronken, maar je hebt plezier. Biers, what's Smurfenbier mean? It's a song about beer and getting drunk and having fun, but have I tried OpenCode? Dgen 1, I have not tried OpenCode. What's that one? That's a yeah, that's the UI. Yeah. I mean, it could be cool. It could be cool to try this. This might be one that supports local AI models better than what we've been working with. But I'm really suspicious that after this, what I've just tried, I'm suspicious that any local model does well. Have you tried OpenCode Dgen 1? Have you tried it? This would be interesting. I don't know if I want this as a free models. There might be additional costs. I've used OpenCode with Ollama cloud models, and how did it function? But those were the cloud models, right? Not the local ones. I mean, this looks good. It looks fine. But it's basically the experience that we have right now. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Hello, Jacob. How are you? Good to see you. Okay, who should be the source of truth for choosing the replacement host? No. It elects the next host deterministically and tells the client who won. Yeah. I think this will be the next host from shared rules like lowest peer ID and converge without server selection. I mean, that's interesting. That's an interesting idea. That they can do it like this might actually be... Hybrid preference list. The server stores preferred host order and capability hints, then elects them from a ranked set. Signaling server keeps room membership, elects the next host deterministically, and tells clients who won. I think yes. Hope your cough is going to get better soon. True that. Free models don't go far, and I don't have the hardware to run the local models. I'm just been really disappointed today with how bad the local models have been. Okay. Okay, yes, still feasible. With the choices, you now lock room recovery, migration ready by default for future host owned systems, lobby and in match recovery as the target, signaling server as an election source. I would classify the migration as substantial, but it is platform level substantial. But it is a platform level substantial refactor, not a localized feature. Why it stays feasible. The client already has the right general shape for recovery in several domains. Service owned snapshots plus apply paths. The pattern can be extended to future gameplay systems like health, objectives, timers, state effects, and match flow. Server elected migration avoids split brain client election and gives one authoritative room lifecycle coordinator. What changes the architecture? The signaling server stops being a purely bootstrap only in practice and becomes an authority for room continuity and host reassignment. I don't know about that. Every host-owned gameplay system must expose a canonical recover snapshot and deterministic apply policy. The room transport layer can no longer treat host peer idea 1 as authority, original host forever as permanent truths, so the answer is feasible, yes, but only because we are choosing to make migration a first-class architectural rule before more gameplay state exists. If we do that, the future health combat objective systems increase implementation volume, but they do not fundamentally break the plan. If we do not, they absolutely would. The next critical design decision is recovery source. After the server elects a new host, should the new host rebuild authoritative state from its own latest replicated snapshots only, or should reconnecting peers contribute their latest snapshot during the recovery handshake? I guess the question would be, it is a substantial change, but do we do it first? Signaling server stops being bootstrap only in practice and becomes the authority for room. Okay, so the signaling server, although it can be an authority for moving the session to a new client, new host, for instance, by using the resume tokens. Okay, how the resume tokens factor into it. If they disconnect, they use the resume token to go back to the server, and then the server decides who the new host is. The signaling server, although it can be used as an authority for moving the session to a new host, should not be holding game state itself. Confirm that this is compatible with the proposed refactor. As long as game state is not substantially changed, it should be fine for the new host to rebuild authoritative state. In terms of impact on gameplay, though, does this mean that every client needs to have all of the prerequisites for rebuilding state in case they are elected as the new host? Would this substantially increase the complexity of our implementation and the architecture? Okay. Is ice cream cake a thing where you are from? Psych. Surely, Jacob, ice cream cake is a thing everywhere. Where all good people are, you find ice cream cake. What a world would we live in if there wasn't ice cream cake basically everywhere? It's not a big thing here, but it is sometimes a thing if you're wondering about Australia. Okay, after host migration, how much gameplay rollback or approximation is acceptable when rebuilding authority from the client-held state? Allow broader simplification during recovery, such as snapping some systems to safe defaults after migration. Recover the latest replicated snapshots even if a few recent unreplicated host-only changes are lost. That should be okay. Okay, the server can stay out of gameplay state and still own migration orchestration. Keep room membership, durable identities, resume credentials and host election order. Detect host loss, elect a replacement host and tell everyone to enter the recovery. Help peers reconnect to the new host. This is fully consistent with the refactor. In fact, it is a cleaner design for this code base. On your second question, yes, every client does need the prerequisites to become host if elected, but that does not mean every client must already be running full host logic all of the time. It means every client binary must be capable of storing and reconstructing the canonical state snapshots needed for recovery, applying those snapshots into the host authoritative service if elected, switching its networking runtimes from follower mode to authority mode during recovery. Okay. So the real requirement is not every client simulates everything all the time. It is every client must have enough replicated canonical state to resume authority safely. That does increase complexity materially, but in a controlled way. Every host-owned gameplay system now needs a snapshot recovery contract. Some systems will need more replication than otherwise. Recovery becomes a first-class phase in the session lifecycle. What it does not require is a different overall architecture. The existing service pattern already points in the right direction. This mostly pushes the project forward toward a stricter, disciplined, canonical state in services. Explicit snapshot apply APIs. No important host-only state that exists. Only in transient memory, recovery safe replication for all systems that matter. With your new answer of small rollback is okay, the complexity stays in the substantial rather than becoming massive because we do not need exact host memory continuity. We need authoritative reconstruction during the latest replicated state, accepting that very few recent host-only decisions may be lost during failover. Okay. The main architectural consequence is this. Future gameplay systems like health, objectives, timers, state effects, match flow, and inventory must be designed as migration-ready services from day one. If they are, host migration remains feasible. If they're not, migration costs compound and become massive later. Yeah, that's why we kind of need to do it now. The next important design choice is whether the new host should rebuild from its own locally held latest replicated snapshots or a recovery handshake where reconnecting peers also submit their latest known snapshots and the host chooses the freshest authoritative values per system. I think we can go with one here. Locally held replicated snapshots, as this keeps things as simple as possible. Simpler. All right, what else have we got? If we're going to do this, we need to do it now. If we're going to do it, we need to do it now. One other advantage of building this system now will be that at the end of the lobby, when all of the clients have joined, it might be possible to select the best host and increase the quality of the gameplay experience at that time. This should be considered as a part of what we're implementing here. All right, we really need to like have a think about this. Do we want to do it? Do we want to do it? Another important thing we'll need to do here is ensure that we create a new Markdown document with quality assurance instructions to quickly validate that new systems are compliant with all of the rules that will be needed to make host migration possible. I want to make sure that what we build here creates a good player experience and that a 45-minute match isn't ruined by a host quitting before the game is over. At the same time, if making this change is going to substantially increase the development time and complexity, it may not be a smart decision to do this. Let's evaluate whether this refactor is worth it before going ahead. Okay. What are you up to today, Teddy? Same thing we do every day. Take over the world. I was not ready for Cookie Puss? What the heck? What is that? Cultural reference across a lot of avenues. Oh. Okay. I can evaluate it now, but one product direction point changes the recommendation a lot. Whether peer-hosted sessions are the long-term model or just a stopgap before dedicated servers. If dedicated servers are likely soon, the ROI drops sharply. I think we're going to go peer-hosted servers long-term. That sounds like a risky Google. Yep. Might want to turn safe search on before doing that one, Crazy. Also, hello, Crazy. Dude, I didn't see your message from before. Good to see you. How are you doing? It's going good. We had we were on a really big tangent today. We spent a lot of time figuring some stuff out. We spent a lot of time trying to get local models working well, and spoiler alert, they do not work as well as I would have liked. Let's just say that. You know what? Not even that. They worked terribly. Local is just not viable yet. It's really not viable. It turns out you need supercomputer infrastructure more than the Lonzel PC to make a local LLM work for you. That's it's totally safe, just a popular ice cream cake. Nice. Fudge the Whale. Who comes up with ice cream cake names? We need to have words. It is Godot structure doing it? Or why is that so rocky with local? Hello, what's your question? Is it Godot structure doing it, or why is it so rocky with local? You mean why is it so hard to make this thing work with local peer-to-peer stuff? It's just a complicated problem. Oh no, it's nothing to do with Godot. We didn't even get to the point of Godot. I just couldn't even I couldn't even get it local LLMs to understand simple questions and instructions. It's just I don't know. If you're able to get it to do much better than that, I would love to know how. We tried all the different models. We tried a range of different. We tried a lot over the stream today, and we didn't really get to anything that was a reasonable result, especially when compared with with real LLMs running in the cloud. Even tried Claude for it. Yeah, we even tried Claude. We tried Claude, and we tried about 8 or 9 different models to try and get it to even just do some make some basic recommendations about how to refactor the code base to do very simple tasks, and it just didn't really do it. Okay, under the assumptions you've locked in, this refactor is worth it. Not because it's cheap, it's not. It's worth it because you care about preserving long sessions, not just short lobby flows. Current host-owned gameplay state is still early enough that we can impose it under the right rules. The same groundwork also enables pre-match best host selection, which improves average quality. Yep. Why this is worth it? I mean, it's kind of just like validating the things I've told it now, but I agree with it. I agree with me. The current failure mode is product damaging. If the host quits late in a 45-minute match, then the session dies. That is not a minor technical deficit. Yeah, because this could happen. Like, imagine earlier in the game, we kind of need it. We need this. The reason we need it is because if the host leaves early, let's say you're killed and you're out, and you quit, that's now a problem. That's now a problem. Are the games really going to be 45 minutes? No. In the worst case, maybe. In the worst case, if we make it to 7 days, we can, hold on. How long is the average Among Us round? "10 minutes. I just think the risk of a host deciding to quit is too high. "10 to 20 minutes. So after 20 minutes, yeah, I just think the risk is too high. I think the risk of a host quitting is too high. Rage quitting becomes a big issue. Yeah, exactly. It becomes a really big issue. Even at like 10 to 20 minutes. 10 minutes to find out who is yes. Exactly, Jacob. I think we have to do this. We have to do this. The more I think about it, the more I think it's critical. The architecture is still early enough to fix it. A lot of difficulties in future state you mentioned, like health and centralized gameplay systems. It's not deeply built yet. The service pattern already gives you we were thinking about a lot of this stuff as we were going anyway. So let's do it. Best host selection is a real extra benefit. Yep. Okay, what it costs. Every client must be host capable. Every host-owned game system must be migration ready by default. That means the standing engineering tax on future systems, canonical service-owned state, serializable recovery snapshots, deterministic or at least well-defined recovery application, no important host-only memory that cannot be reconstructed. Networking complexity goes up substantially. Yeah. Recovery becomes first-class session phase, not just an error case. Quality assurance burden goes up too. Yep. That said, this does not require every client to run full host simulation all the time. Every client must hold enough replicated canonical state to rebuild. But only a tightly scoped platform initiative with these boundaries. Targeted room recovery, not seamless migration. Allow small rollback to latest replicated state. Keep the signaling server as migration orchestration, not gameplay state holder. Require migration ready service design for every future host-owned gameplay system. Include host quality selection as part of the design. Yep. Okay. I think we're going to go ahead and do this. Before we do, let's create a new Markdown document in the docs folder that explains all of the decisions we've just made and the architecture going forward. Let's also start a QA document that includes instructions that we can point at a system to make sure that it's compliant with what's required for host migration. Okay, while that runs, I'm going to the restroom. Be right back. Okay, this one's going to be. This is going to be a spicy one. It's going to be a spicy one for sure. Let's see. So, I want to split left. What's the shortcut for that? I am liking this terminal. I think I found my new terminal, guys. Tabby is my new terminal. Okay, split. No, conflict. As I say that, how do I remove this? Delete. Is it because it's searching that I can't remove this? Is that now just a thing? Please let me remove. I can't click this. Why would they do this to me? Oh, hold on. Seriously? Control Alt left. Oh, you silly thing. How do we, oh, please let me edit that. This is terrible user experience. Please? Focus the panel on the... Will it let me do this as JSON? JSON settings file? Yeah. That's exactly what I'm thinking. That's exactly what I'm thinking as well. Okay, good question. Does Tabby has a JSON file for its keyboard shortcuts? I did say has. Why does that happen when you talk to when you do voice to text? Your brain just doesn't function. A YAML conf, yeah, that's fine. And then do I have NVIM? No. Also, that's not a thing on Windows. Did I really just close that? Why am I so confident sometimes? Where would it be in Windows? I mean, that one's fine. Select all was the split to the left, Control Shift A. There we go. Do I need to close and open this thing again? Okay, is there some way to like refresh this? After updating these settings, how do I refresh the program so that they apply? What should the workspace label show above each avatar? Eventually it should show the name of the actual player, which is not a variable we currently have. As a placeholder, we can use whatever information is available, but distinct. There's currently a catalog of characters with strings that have the full name of the character. That would be preferred. But if it substantially increases the complexity of implementation, something simple like the ID of the player would be sufficient. We need to make no distinctions between lobby and actual gameplay when it relates to the character and networking and all the things that will make the game work. Repeatedly in prompts, this is a recurring theme, and we need to update a markdown document or something to ensure that that distinction is made clear and it doesn't keep getting used as a part of our thought processes. Should players see a label above their own avatar too? No. Hide own. My brain doesn't function to begin with. Yeah, today my brain's not functioning very well, I have to say. I feel like I'm thinking through a cloud. A bit hazy. We have to actually restart it. All right. This was to do a thing. We were going to do a thing. There we go. That's what it was. Okay. Where should the host migration doc primarily be? Living standard. All future systems. Okay, we were going to try. Was there one last thing we were going to try? What was it? It wasn't like a new local LLM or something, was it? We've kind of ruled out that any of that works. That's all just terrible. We can... we can go with something like... I don't even know what one to use. I mean, Claude comes with some recommendations here. Multimodal reasoning with subagents. I mean, could be cool. I mean, none of these cloud ones is what I really want. We tried both of these and neither of them were very good. I don't know why I still insist on trying to make this work. Okay. Host migration architecture is the living standard for hosting documentation going forward. Host migration document is where the reusable compliance checklist point engineers or agents at when they review any host-owned systems. It should be written as a pass or fail guide, not a design essay. These should be complement, not replace those. Yes. Write this as a forward-looking architecture standard with short, decision-oriented sections. Recovery room, not seamless. Yep. Okay. Go ahead. All right, we're actually getting there, guys. Actually doing things. Okay. All right. Exciting. I think, yeah, the host migration, it's really, it's important. It's important. Okay, hold on. We had, why can't I split the other thing? Okay, would you like to make the following edits? What do you mean? Should not have sandbox mode here. This can split down. Okay, we're going to go into LLM test first. Give me a demonstration of what you're capable of. Okay. Let's extend QA to deal with general networking rules as well. These are currently documented in... Let's see. Oopsie daisy, not that. And then we'll do one more with principles, patterns, and practices. Okay, since this is a general demonstration, I'll walk you through typical development lifecycle, understanding the code base, planning a future, implementing a future. Go ahead. We'll see what happens with this one. I think maybe we're just heading it, like pointing it at the wrong project, but there's really something fundamentally wrong here. Like, look at this. This is not working. This is just not working. There's something wrong. Okay, we can proceed with that. I might have been doing this backwards. Coding standards and architecture. In PPP, Markdown. Okay, with that done and out of the way, we can circle back to the other really big refactor. I feel like this is the kind of decision where it'll take a lot. It'll take a lot right now, but then after it's going to be it'll be a lifesaver. I'm broadening QA to top-level client architecture checklist, then keeping networking and host migration as progressively narrowing gates under it. Yes, good. Okay, this will be good. Okay. Okay, so let's put together a plan to implement. Oh, before we do, we've introduced the support rejoining games. After disconnect. We also changed the name of the solution to that. We synchronize the state of character faces. Synchronize the state of character faces. Characters go to sleep when disconnected. I'm still not 100% sure that that was the case. We need to confirm that. Okay. Okay, let's put the plan together. Then we can go ahead and do it. Hello? There's such a big difference. Like, look at the difference in quality between these two things. What are you talking about? It looks like a well-organized project with files spread across various... No, it doesn't. It's an empty directory. It's an empty directory in here. To give you a comprehensive demonstration, I propose a multi-step... Okay. You've scanned the repository structure. It looks like a well-organized project with files. What do you mean? You stated that. Can you give me an example of these files? This looks like an empty directory to me. Empty is not... Yeah, shut up, Warplants. You shut up. It's not technically wrong. You're right. You got me. It is literally an empty folder. But it does say with files spread across various directories, which is straight up wrong. You should not make broad architectural claims without verifiable evidence. Yes. To rectify this, let's start with a proper code-based investigation. I will use the glob tool to list all of the okay. It's just not using tools. I think it's not using tools. Okay, go ahead. It just, yeah, it's useless. It can't do stuff. We need to probably... I don't think we can use I don't think we can use CLI just doesn't work with locally hosted agents. We'll have to do something else. The signaling server still tears rooms down on host loss. Bootstrap still assumes host peer ID equals 1 forever. And the snapshot ready services on network spawn, avatar movement, avatar face, room presence, and lobby roster, while lobby session service and any other in-match host-owned systems still need explicit recovery APIs. 3 implementation choices materially change the plans, so I'm locking those next. Okay. What should the first host migration slice look like? Currently replicated domains. Yep. Leave the domain mostly recovery work for a later slice. Recover the current lobby and in-match replicated state only. Roster room presence, spawn, movement, face. I mean, it's a big chunk. It does need to be network replicated, yep. How should the signaling server pick the replacement in V1? Have a server choose the best current peer using initial host quality metrics in V1. Choose the next eligible connected peer. I don't want to complicate this first implementation by considering host quality just yet, but we need to be forward compatible with this change as it will be necessary. There's some big decisions to be made inside of that, which I'd rather defer for now and stay focused on the migration itself. There are some big decisions within that I'd like to defer for now and stay focused on host migration itself. Okay, the elected replacement host fails during recovery. What should happen? Try the next candidate. Yep. Within a retry boundary count, then close the room if recovery still fails. Try the next candidate. How is that going to work? Server goes down. Server goes down. All of them disconnect. They all try and reconnect to the server. They say, oh, the host is down. I got a disconnect message. I'm going to go. I know what to do. I go back to the server and I ask the server, who do I go to next? The server receives all of the requests for a new thing, and it already knows who's going to be next, and it responds with that person. If that person fails to become a host, what happens? Okay, there's an issue here. If the next one fails, what happens? So host goes down, all of them go back to the server. The server sends them to the next person. If that one fails, I'm kind of probably okay with the whole thing failing, right? Fail the room on the first replacement host recovery failure. With the bounded retry count. Okay. I mean, they're connected to the server. They can wait until the host says it has one. So it can just try the next. Okay, I've locked in the slice. Which simple deterministic rule should the server use for the host replacement? Yep, slot order is fine. Elect the first eligible connected peer from the durable slot order. Keep the election strategy behind a replaceable server policy scheme. Yep. Seem correct. Delete the first eligible connected peer from the durable room slot order. Elect the latest connected eligible peer as a simple. Keep the first eligible connected peer from the durable room slot order. Keep the election strategy behind a replaceable server stream. Yeah, sure. I think the second one was simpler, but I like the part about keeping the strategy replaceable. That'll really help. Okay. This is so BS. It just feels like bullshit. It's just creating noise. In the API layer for a specific endpoint, it's just hallucinating. I've never seen AI hallucinate this badly. What API layer are you talking about? This is an empty directory. Oh my god. How not to fall into making. Yeah, what are you doing? I'm trying to get you to demonstrate your ability to build things. You shouldn't need existing stuff to work on. How should host migration handle identity when the replacement host was previously a non-host peer? Split durable and transport IDs. Introduce a stable, predictable room peer identity for gameplay state, while transport authority can revamp the current host as peer 1. Keep one identity model and remap all participant peer IDs during recovery. Yeah, I see. Keep current peer ID model and add a special case translation logic only for the elected host. Split durable and transport IDs. Identity when the replacement host was previously a non-host peer. Room peer identity for gameplay state, while transport authority can remap the current host. While transport authority can remap so that the current host is peer 1. Logic only for host only special case. Keep current peer ID model and add a special case translation logic only for the elected host. Split durable and transport IDs. Introduce a stable participant / room peer identity. I'm still not clear on how any of these solutions would work out. It sounds like a bad idea to introduce two identities for each player. So participant and room peer identity might not be a great way to go forward here. You know what, I think we're going to go with option 2 there. Keep one identity model and remap all participant peer IDs during recovery is probably the nicer thing to do here. Ability to engineer, to design, plan, and implement a complete functional system from a blank slate rather than just optimizing existing code. Since we don't have existing files, I'll create a self-contained minimal application. Let's build a command line to-do list. That would be great. Go's not installed on this system, so that's not a good decision. .NET is, though. Okay, go ahead. I don't think it can do anything. I don't know what the people who thought Olama should like do this was go get some sleep. I do need to get some sleep real soon. Nearly 3 a.m. I'm gonna let this big one finish. This one here. This is kind of a really, really important one. I need to get to the point where that can finish and then I can set it to go. The only thing I want to make sure of is so let's see. If I set it to, yeah, I don't know. We might not have the tokens to run this whole thing, so I think we might have run out. Interesting. I mean, our usage seems fine. Actually, it's not bad at all. So maybe we're just in the clear. Yeah, okay, maybe not so much. I think we're running up against the limits of what we can do here, but I appreciate that though, Katie. I know I'm probably looking pretty tired and sounding pretty tired, and I feel pretty tired, but I do want to get this thing done because this is such a big and fundamental change. When I do this, we can really actually start to build out more gameplay features, and that's going to be really cool. Okay. Whether recovery should keep the current scene alive behind a blocking overlay or bounce players through the existing loading scene flow. Blocking recovery overlay. Keep the current scene loaded, freeze interaction, and show dedicated full screen recovery overlay until migration finishes. Okay, we want to stay fully in scene with a lighter weight recovery banner or toast. To a loading scene during recovery, then rebuild back the freeze interaction and show a dedicated full screen recovery overlay. I think maybe we can lightweight recovery banner or toast. I think I'm okay with a minimal banner in this instance. Oh, I got so many things to deal with tomorrow. Hello, Kakashi. How are you? You guess it's close to considering my time? True, Kakashi. You're in, like... Was it a Japan? For some reason, I have this idea of you being in Japan. Maybe it's because your name sounds Japanese, but... Okay. Here we go. Big thing to figure out. Implement host migration as room recovery. Let's go see if there's any open questions. That might be a smart thing to go straight here. Assumptions here. Okay. Best host heuristics are not part of V1. Yes. The first slice only recovers the domains that are already replicated or that become replicated immediately out of lobby continuity. Yes. Time of day service, combat, objectives, inventory, and other future host-owned systems are explicitly out of this slice. Public PRIDs are stable only within a host epoch. Host migration intentionally revises the earlier reconnect rule that the PRIDs never change. Intentionally revises the earlier reconnect rule that the PRIDs never change. Oh, yeah. PRIDs changing. What happens if somebody disconnects? Oh, it's a good point. That's a good point. We can't remap peer IDs. That creates an issue. Earlier reconnect rule that the peer IDs never change. The problem with that, the problem is that it is if someone disconnects and then the host migrates and then they reconnect, they might be given their. No, we need to clarify that. Clarify how it will be handled in the following scenario. A player disconnects. The host is migrated. And new player IDs are assigned. The same player that disconnected earlier reconnects. Let's have a think about that. The original host remains a room participant slot after migration and may resume later if the room is still active. Yes. Recovery stays in scene with a minimal banner, but the gameplay authority is paused locally until recovery succeeds or fails. Yep. Okay. In that scenario, the disconnected player resumes by slot, not by their old public peer ID. The intended flow is the player disconnects, the host migration happens. Okay, that's fine then. So the player does not come back as their old peer ID. They come back as the same durable participant. Okay. Yes, let's go ahead and also restate the plan so that we could move on with implementation. Okay. All right. Keep the signaling server as the recovery orchestrator, not a gameplay state holder. Yes. Yes. Rebuild authoritative state and replacement. Keep the player. Welcome in, Kakashi. Yo. No, I'm Dutch, man. No, that's right. That is, yeah. It's almost 5 p.m. I just woke up at night shift work this week, dude. That's a lot. I'm kind of doing night shift. We're kind of doing night shift here streaming. Feels a bit like that. Okay, the public interface and protocols. The host migration surface and reader authority. For the recovery phase, recovery epoch banner state. Leave the best host heuristics time. Yep. Keep tokens, bind durable room slots, not the public peer IDs. Host migration remap public peer IDs, including disconnected reserved slots. When a previously disconnected player returns after migration, the server resolves resume token durable slot correct public ID and returns into the remap thing. All right. Extend the signaling with extend the room creation so the original host receives resume tokens. Server signaling and room continuity. Refactor the room model to use stable order room slots for all participants, including the original host. Each slot tracks stable slot order, current public peer ID, current signaling session ID, connected, disconnected state, in-room membership, resume. Yep. If the host disconnects, do not close the room. If an eligible replacement exists, enter recovery state. Select the first eligible connected host if the stable room slot order. Recompute public peer IDs so the elected host becomes peer 1. Apply that remap to every slot, including disconnected reserved slots. Send host migration assigned to connected survivors with their new local peer ID and full remap. Wait for host migration host ready request from the elected host before resuming introductions. If the elected host fails during recovery, automatically try the next candidate for boundary. Retime budget. If no candidates remain or retries are exhausted, close the room cleanly. Okay, wait for before resuming reintroductions. Yep. Okay. Keep working across migration. Disconnected participants keep their slot. Resume resolves by slot, not by peer ID. Resume responses return slots current remap. Yes. Currently, the client recovery lifecycle and user experience. There's a lot of reading in these last few sprints. These last few streams, isn't there? Especially when we get to this point for like a big design. This is so silly. That whole thing is just a big nope. Okay, we tried, guys. How do we get to the test plan? Hold on. Here we are. To treat the losses recoverable when migration is available on host migration assigned, tear down old web RTC transport, automatically replace the local peer ID and peer list. If assigned host, initialize server mode and send host migration ready request. Show a minimal in-scene recovery banner. During recovery, on failure, fall back to normal session failure flow. We don't really have a good session failure flow right now. Okay. If we fail to resolve a new host and the whole match needs to be closed, we should show this with a pop-up and an OK button that takes the user back to the main menu and handles a graceful exit from the server. Okay. Okay, best host heuristics, blah, 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 blah. I think we're pretty damn close now. I think when this restates it, we can do it. How's the progress going? A bit to our satisfaction. Hold on. Bit to our satisfactory. I mean, yeah, it's going good. It's going good, Kakashi. It's been a little bit. We've spent most of this stream trying to get local LLMs working, and we failed. It's simply not possible. I think I just need to better manage my expectations about what's possible without cloud compute. I think you really need to cloud compute is a necessary thing for the kind of workflow that we have. I wish I could run it on my computer, but you just can't. You just can't. Yeah, I love the stream, but I've got zero clue about any of those details. Sorry. No, it's all good, Kakashi. It's all good. I love having you here all the same. You know, you can ask questions about this stuff if you're into it. You know, we can kind of learn together too. Like my failing here teaches me as much as my success. I think, you know, I probably would have told somebody, you know, you can do this stuff on a computer if your computer's fast enough. Until today, the fact that I tried it today and it just failed so poorly, I need to readjust my expectations about what's possible. Right now, at least. Okay. Go ahead and implement that plan. That's a scary one. Oh, that's a very scary one. Well, while this runs, what we could do is try and start to reconstruct all of our monsters, right? There was a whole bunch of red for that monster state. I think I did. Let's see, we downloaded this whole thing. So where is the instruction to download? It's you can click download there. There it is. And that should download the whole thing again. And then what I'm hoping is inside of this TL draw file. I mean, hold on, that's... There it is. That can't be it. We'll let it finish. Um, I think I prefer two game ideas in the visuals. Each they're a strong point, right? Hold on. I think I prefer I think I prefer two game ideas in the visuals. Each they're a strong point. Hold on. Oh, that too so weird. So there's no even your work or another specific term. Hold on. Everyone there's strong point. No, I think I follow. There is an evening shift, but you don't want to work that shift. Yeah, no, no, no. Okay, all good, Kakashi. All good. I think I'm following. I think you're talking to God of War. I thought maybe you were referring to something that we were doing, but that's not the case. So I'm good. I'm good. Okay, how's that download going? This file's getting to be big. I bet it's just like when it finishes downloading, it's just going to be like a zip file. And then there's going to be all this JSON data in it. Hopefully it's not like base 64 encoded images to get the fact that this whole thing loads as fast as it does. We're about to learn a little bit about the way this thing works. Okay, right there. Let's see if we... I mean, how do I even do that? Let's see if we can do this. I need some kind of zip tool. I've never needed that. Let's see if it is just JSON. Imagine if this is one JSON file. Invalid string length. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay. That's an annoying. No, that's not. I think this can go in game. It hasn't figured that out right. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it did. It figured it out later. In-game menu. Good, good, good. Um, all right, what's the best way to do this? Proprietary file format, which is JSON based. Oh my god. Export options. I mean, let's see if okay, we can do this. Open a TLDraw file or URL in a browser with either the official draw site or the locally hosted instance. of the editor. Call open. Oh, that's pretty neat. That's really cool. Man, this is such a cool tool. Okay. What we can probably do is try to um, we can try to recover the JSON because there was like data in this thing, right? So I guess we do it. Let's get it. Can we even do it like that? I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, I need to, if we're really gonna stick with this, we need to add this to the shell integration. There it is, Tabby. That one. At some point, we're going to have to format this computer. I think we spent a little bit, we're too ready to just like jump on board with new libraries and stuff like that. I think I want to like downsize, back up my OBS, and just reinstall stuff. Maybe. Oh, what? Okay. Interesting that invalid string length was the same response that we got from. All right. We got the same thing from code. And this could honestly be the reason that that section is gone, because there's some corruption here. We're using the above tool to try and open a file, but we get this error. What's going wrong? The reason we're doing this is because a large section of our document disappeared and we're trying to recover it. I want to see if the images are there and if there's a part of the JSON that might have been deleted that's causing it not to show up that might be recovered. This might even be a yeah, hold on. So when trying to open It's not really letting me do that. Okay. You figured something out? Not exactly. I am trying to recover. You remember we had this whole huge section in this document, like down here. There was a whole monsters section, and it just like disappeared one day, and so I'm trying to recover that. Um, while at the same time, we have this going on. So this is a huge refactor, and we have a blank slate here with what we've done in. So in terms of Git, we're clear. But then, yeah, I really want to just like run this and see how it goes. Okay, it's working. I was really hoping Gemma was going to do it for us today, and we'd actually have a local LLM. That would have been sick. I wonder what's going wrong, because there's so much hype about it. I think we need to figure out how to run this. So, what's the recommended process here? I mean, really? We can just try it like this. Let's see what we get. Demonstrate your capabilities by creating a new .NET solution that prints Hello World. Okay, so is there any kind of tool use? Okay, I said Hello World, and it kind of did it. Olama run Gemma 4. I mean, yeah, totally. It's working better. I think this is how it's intended to run, but I love how I go to watch clips on the channel, aka a rolling baking paper and an oven to intense coding. Casey. Yeah, I know you're super into baking, and sometimes we cook in here, but other times not so much. Okay, since I cannot execute code in a physical environment, I wonder what Onsloth is here. Is there any way I can get this to run on a CLI? I've tried on Codex and Claude, and it's terrible. You need OpenCode or something else. Yeah, no, I know, Dragihan, but we tried a lot earlier. Nah, we tried this and it was rubbish. So I think the answer is no. It's probably just a decent. It's a really decent model because this answer is great, but this does not connect into like tools. I wonder if we could give it like we could try and write it some MCP kind of like functionality so that it could do stuff over MCP. But like now we're just we're reinventing codecs at that point. Um, so yeah, that's a big nope. Um, and connect to the API. No, we did that. We already did that, Dragihan. We tried that, but the results in Codex were just like absolutely trash. It couldn't do some really basic stuff. I mean, I'll show you again if you like. We can. I'll show you, and then we'll go with Gemma 4, and it's like, create me a Hello World console application in this folder using C#. I need at least a 32 billion model or bigger. No, we tried that one too, and it still didn't work. See, it just prints the output. It's not using the tool properly. It's really the same thing. Can you even just try demonstrating writing any text to a file on disk? It should be able to do this, just like you said, using the API, but see, it doesn't do it. With open code, it works for me. Ooh. I can try that. See you, Mike. Why not? Open code, it works, you say. Let's try. I don't know if I want the desktop extension. We've got so many of these installed already. We may as well do one more, right? No, we're not on Bash. What am I doing? That's not Linux. I wish. Are you in build mode? Codex doesn't have a build mode. I think build mode will be a thing for Gemini. Sorry, not Gemini. For Claude. Claude might have a build mode, but like Codex, just its default mode is a. That should do it, right? Agents. Switch model. Okay, Dragihan, how do I get it to use my local stuff? Oh, yeah. That actually, yeah. Sorry. That silly of me not to. Yeah. Sorry, it's getting late and I'm getting sleepy. I mean, we can try. Let's just try this one, and then we'll try the 26 billion parameter one. Please demonstrate writing to a file. Create a text document with Hello World in it. Oh, hello. Come on. Of course, that's going to echo. That does seem to work, Dragihan. That's freaking awesome. Wow. Nice. Why did no other agent why did nothing else work? This might be our new environment. Dragihan, this might be the key. This might be it. Okay. We've been working on this like as we wait for stuff this entire stream, by the way. Okay. Compared with this, okay, hold on. Oh, that's actually really cool. Let's go here. Wait, what? So freaking cool. I mean, that does seem to be working. I mean, it's not working, but like none of those previews are working. Hold on. Let's try this. Let's try this. This might actually be a sick test. Okay. All right, let's not get distracted. This one, demonstrate your capabilities by making a new .NET solution that prints Hello World in a console. Oh, this is working really well now. The key was just the I mean, did it even run it? It ran it as well and demonstrated that. This is great. Finally a thing. Okay. And honestly, I like the user interface for that as well. Dragihan, my hero. what was the um, what was that tool? Happy to help. No, thank you. This actually really does help a lot. This is going to be very helpful. I've been spinning my wheels on this one for a fair bit. It looks like OpenCode is the solution, so I can probably move away from. I'm probably going to get rid of Codex and I'll get rid of Claude, and we're gonna run with OpenCode. Maybe Claude uses some proprietary tool calls or something. Yeah, probably dgen, probably. What's like delete, drive? Oh, there's the. I mean, we can go. Delete the folder. Oh, how do we link files here? Okay. What's the PowerShell to delete? Oh. Got caught off in the middle of it. What am I even in? Is this command exe? Ugh. I mean, what am I in now? Clink. What is this? It's just command. I am getting tired. This is silly. I know how to do this. My brain's not functioning. There's a system here to, there it is. That's what I'm after. I'm really tired and not thinking clear. Where are we? There's the, did it actually work? Yeah, it's gone, surely. Though I don't know what command actually did it. Time to wrap it up, Seb, and get some sleepies. Yeah, I know, guys. I just want this one to finish. When this one finishes, then a quick test of that. 338, yeah. Yeah. We're getting there, though. We're getting there. And you need a model with at least 32,000 contexts. You can create one with Ollama. Yeah, I already have it, Dragihan. Here, I'll show you. We can do it with agent. Sorry, we've got Model. Models. Wrong one. We were going for really am tired, I guess. And this is lagging, which is a little frustrating. Maybe I need WSL. Whoa. What's that about? Okay. Okay, that's working. All right. Where was I? 10 hours later, talking about agentic workflows. I was going to do this. I was going to... all right, we don't have that. Yeah, we won't have that either, actually. So we're going to go back to PowerShell. PowerShell, and then we go open code. And then we've got the $26 billion. I mean, 26 might be. You really think that the 32K context? Okay, hold on. This is different from the context. That's a configuration setting inside of OpenCode, isn't it? Well, let's give it a shot. Is it a configuration setting somewhere, Dragihan? It's going to be like... No, it won't be skills. It's not going to be theme. Okay. 32K context is Olama settings. I'm sure of that, actually, now that I think about it. And it is already 32K, I'm quite sure. Here we go. Hold on. Settings, 32K context. Yeah, I gotcha. I gotcha. All right. Excellent. All right. All right, so from here we'll try this. Okay. In this folder, we have some TL draw files, one of which seems to have dropped a bunch of data. Hold on, if I Control-Shift-S, we'll get our split. From here, I can clean up a little. That one. It's just delete, right? We're going to do the same for hello. We're We're going to do the same for... Yeah, the small recovery. Yes. Okay. Let's see if it can figure this out. We also have a solution inside of... That should be showing us all of the different assets that came from the file after it was unpacked. It seems like the images in that HTML page aren't connecting and loading though. Can we fix that? Let's see. I'm excited about this. Dragihan, this would be sick. The first run of the model with Ollama. Ollama runs Gemma 4, then set. Then slash set context to 32K, then slash save new model name. Okay. And then you get the same model but with 32K context window by default. That's the Ollama set. So is that enough, Dragihan, what I did there? Because the I definitely have the Ollama set thing done. The 32K tokens might be enough here. If I've just said context length is 32K, then is that the same as the Ollama run option? I'm imagining it probably is, right? The user is not provided a specific task. The task is to fix the files inside of, well, references a bunch of images that aren't loading when I view them in the browser. Let's fix this. Okay. How do I close this side panel? Because that's a lot of space. Hide sidebar. There we go. That's pretty cool though. I am seeing the 32K tokens here in the context. I'd suggest plan mode. Yeah, for sure. When I view this in the browser, I don't see the images. We just get missing images for where they should be appearing. Let's fix that up so that it works. Okay. Okay, in utility, what do we got here? Let's open that in Chrome. Just says no local preview. I don't really need this, do I? I mean, I don't see any monsters here, so I feel like the file actually they are actually deleted. There is no monsters. No monsters and not monsters. Looks like we dropped the T. All right. I mean, I'm giving it pretty clear instructions here that I would expect that it can do. Um, I wonder if I can. No, I won't be able to give it images. It's fine. It's fine. We're just going to rebuild it. We're going to rebuild it. We're going to have to spend a lot of time going to find all of our images of monsters. So, may as well do it. May as well do it. How is this coming? All right. No, we're not in library. We want to actually look up our images. There's going to be so freaking many of them. This is going to take a long time to find and rebuild, and some are even just deleted. I wonder why. Time for a rest. Yeah, it is Kakashi. It definitely is, but not until this is done. It's close. It's close. I feel like if chat doesn't say something, it'd just keep going. I mean, yeah, it would. It would. You guys know me. I just keep going on and on and on. And I should get some sleep and come back to it when I'm fresh, but I want to finish. I want to finish this one thing, and it's close. It really is close. All right. Let's start. Kind of got to accept it's not coming back. Okay, that's another image. Really? Every time I click it, it's gonna force me to scroll again. Okay, where are we? More monsters, more monsters. Okay, here's one. Is that doing a download? What was that? Hello? Now it's going to forget my scroll history, which is very, very, very annoying. No. Okay, wormy worm. The scroll pain is real. Yep. Oh, there's so many that need doing. I mean, what do we also got side views, didn't we? clarifying the shape of the head here. All right, scroll again. Did I do fruity already? Yep, I did. Did I skip any? I probably skipped some important ones there with the scrolling. Yep, we did. Got dev. We got our cat. Probably going to have to do more revisiting of this, but we have to redevelop Fasvi's character. That's very true. Still kicking on. This one was kind of cool, actually. It is too difficult, though. I'm kind of glad we moved away from it. More fruity characters. So many statues. Hold on, did I miss any? Not yet. Okay, now we're getting there. Keep on loading. 42 minutes. Zombie and werewolf. Excellent. I say excellent, but not excellent that I'm going to have to scroll all the way back here. And our Jester. Oh, don't do that. Back to the scrolling. Oh, yeah. Cyclops. Of course. How could we forget Cyclops? And Witchy Witch. Okay, it's doing it. Then we have the vampire that needs to be removed if he's still in. Now we're starting to get back to the start of things, guys. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think if we go any further back, we're not going to find anything. It's really loading the, pulling stuff out of the archive now. All right, cool. I hope that's everything. Now, just quickly, which ones have we not done? There's a fair few that are not done. That one, that one, that one needs redoing. This one needs redoing. Feel like there's more. Mummy, where's the mummy? He's not in this list, but he does exist. So there's another one. What else? Mummy. Final client rebuild and then summarize the remaining validation gap around the test project. Good, good, good. Getting close. Getting close and then sleeps. It's gonna be way toward the end, surely. It's a shame we can't like search this. It's not even a little searchable, is it? Nope. Poltergeist. Brian!
Get yourself some breakfast.
Oh my god. Thank you, Brian. I will. Dude, you make all that with GPT? Yeah. Pretty much, Trojan. There's a lot of different art that's got generated using this tool. We have been doing a lot of art gen with that tool. Like heaps. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so freaking much. I am actually going to wrap the stream and go get some breakfast and then go to sleep. Very soon, very soon. As soon as we can validate this. Okay, hold on. That kind of been doing it long. What's it doing? Oh, no wonder. Hold on. We'll stop the server. The server was running and so those files couldn't be removed, but I've stopped it now. Proceed. Okay. Give Gibby... I will, Brian, I will. Dude, thank you so much. I'll even give Gibby some of the breakfast. I'll give her a treat. Just the little one. Don't tell Oasis and Nova. Okay, this has got to be the start of it, right? It's got to be the start. Where's our mummy? Oh, there he is. I just missed him. One of the OGs. I'm so happy Gibby is with you guys again. I am too. I play this game with Gibby now. I walk around and kind of like kick his, toys around. and give him a chance to like run around and catch them and stuff like that. It's been really fun. It's been great having him. I can't wait to do it again next time. I think we don't have that much longer, but a little bit longer. A dog, yeah, a dog or a cat can bring good vibes. Very, very, very true. Very true. Okay, are we now close to this thing? I feel like we are. That's got to be everything. I can't think of any characters that were generated and aren't here. You're a big nope. I think you're a nope. I think we decided against the cultist. Okay. Well, that was good. Glad we got that in. I guess we can download that now. Just to make sure. I mean, yeah, sure, run it. We're very close, very close. Brian, thank you. I can't wait to get some food actually. I am pretty hungry. It's going to be really good to be able to just like stuff my face with some awesome snacks. I might even do it in the morning after some sleep. Go out for breakfast. Hell yeah. Not something I treat myself with doing very often, I'll tell you. It's got to be close. Come on. Could do these in parallel, but I probably shouldn't. Sounds like a better plan. Yeah. Yep. Do good sleep, then eat something. Yeah, God of War is on it. Yeah. So often this happens, guys. Somebody will make a suggestion and then I'll say it out loud and then I'll read the chat and the exact thing I said is just like right there. Okay, I cleaned the test build, but the failure persists. All right, that's going to be a matter of where's the server? What's running in here? Nothing? I definitely ended it, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's give this thing a shot, hey. Thank you again, Dragion, for the recommendation of using a different CLI there. That has actually, the fact that that worked, now we actually have a fallback. I don't know how good it is, but hopefully it's not terrible. Okay. Let's see. Let's just make them all matchmake. They can all make matches. Okay, who got the monster? You got the monster. Okay, top left is host. Now, if I quit with the host, we want the game to continue. Quit. Interesting. Oh my God, look at that. Did that just do its thing? I know, right? Oh, that is wild. That is wild. It really is amazing. Brian, thank you for the 50 gifted. You've been watching for 16 days and 17 hours. That's insane. The fact that this just did this. Okay, something went wrong here. Something went wrong here, though. I think one of them must have had an error. He's still connected, though. But his local character isn't spawned. So there is something wrong here. Let's go have a look at our console. I mean, I need to do that trick again. We're going to clear the console for all of these. We're going to end them all. Run again. Let's do this with the auto match harness. That is really amazing, right, Katie? It's actually wild. It's actually wild that that just like functions. Okay, which one's the host now? Probably should have something in the top left one's not finding, interestingly. Would be cool to show who the host is. Or you could even just hide it, honestly. One of these is the host, so probably you. If he quits, then we have some, yep, did host migration. Let's see who this is. The craziest thing is it just almost does it instantly, guys. Warplants. Hello, man. Just a quick note. Players seem to spawn right after choosing the character, but the monster ones take longer because they choose twice. Perhaps everyone should spawn at the same time after everyone has chosen and not spoil the monster player. Yeah, you're right. You're right about that, Warplants, but you don't necessarily know who takes longer. The only reason it goes that fast is because the... like people click select immediately. If we spawned them and then did something once the monster selection had happened, either we need to move the monster selection to a later point in time, which is possible, it's doable, but then we have to deal with a whole bunch of separate different UI. Or the other option there would be we don't spawn them until they make the final selection, and then people don't know how long they're in the loading bar or some other thing like that. And I think it's the better, as it is, might be the better solution. Because this is the way that it doesn't spoil the monster. Otherwise, we instantiate the character and they stand there doing nothing, and that's a tell that they're the monster. I would rather not instantiate them at all, and then when they finally make all their selections, then they exist, and then they run around and everything, if that makes sense. Okay, so This seems to be working really well. But when the host quits, one of the clients, possibly the new host, has the following in their console. Paste that. On that client, on that instance of the game, the character does not appear. For all other clients, it appears. The character still shows. Okay, makes sense. You wouldn't believe this, Seb. I'm drunk again. Gamosaurus, you're turning into the new binge, is what you are. Between you and Brian, we've got the food covered and the drunk covered. Wasn't enough at Dev? Hold on. Are you having a good night, Gamosaurus? I hope you're having a good time, man. That is really, really, really cool. Do we have disconnected state showing up in the game menus yet? Why is that not working? Players. Disconnected. Nice. It's showing everybody disconnected. Yes. Very cool. Very, very cool. Timed out waiting for lobby character selection after 45 seconds. One more quick run of this to see if it's a predictable thing that always happens. Okay. We have an issue where when using auto match harness, where the first instance doesn't a new issue. Auto match harness stays on this game is getting cooler every time. Yes, it is. Okay, I need a timestamp. Oh, hey, how you doing, Gamosaurus? It's not a drinking problem. It's a drinking solution. It's only a problem if you're not high functioning, right? Okay. F6 it. It says, oh, it didn't do it that time. Whoa. Now that's some elastic banding right there. Okay, you leave match. Did control of the host just switch? Host reconnects. Ah, look at that. The instance ID reassignment has not worked. Okay. They're both controlling the same character now. That's an issue. This is why I was asking it. No, it's not a syncing problem. It's a ID assignment problem. Dragihan, where the like every character gets a specific ID. Honestly, I shouldn't have been running it until this finished. I'm gonna let this finish. The issue, what we were seeing there was when the reconnect happened, the old ID was getting reassigned to the players. So two people were controlling the same entity, which, caused them to like kind of fight for control. One was moving around and they both thought they were the same player. So it is kind of a syncing problem. 420. Okay. Man, 50 freaking dollary dues for breakfast is going to be good. Thank you again, guys. Oh, this is a gross solution. Especially this. Like, look at that. What's that? That's two of the same line of code, like back to back. This is really, really bad. This is really bad code. Hold up. Where are those new lines? I hate the way that it writes like ridiculously defensive code. This is like line 90. And then 112. Consent to current host. I feel like, yeah, these guards are not nice. This is like that defensive. Like, it shouldn't be in here. Okay, hold on. What happened? Yo, Snolzy, how you doing? What did you ask Gamosaurus Rex? I can't even follow. Mr. How you doing? Hold on. It's coming. Welcome in. Okay, this has got to be close, right? I don't like its solution, but we'll fix it later. I feel like there's gonna be this huge period of like, all right, now let's go and get rid of all the slop that's in there. There's not too much, hopefully, but okay, this one didn't hit. should be fine. This one's got to be the host. So if the host leaves, seems like the host instantly teleported to the position of one of the clients. And now they're both controlling the same character. Yeah. So something's gone seriously wrong with... the new guard in that checks this. Yeah, the guard is gross. Okay, so we have a host ID assignment issue. If the host leaves the game and then comes back in, then both the old host and the new host control the same character. Okay, hold on. We need to re-clarify. The old host sees the right character, but when he moves around, the new host's position is changed. It seems as though the ID is not being properly reassigned. Okay. Good, good, good. No drag must answer me. I didn't read a question. I didn't even read the question, Gamosaurus. I'm not sure how he's supposed to answer when there isn't a question. Okay. Rejected authoritative face record for unsupported spawn lobby. Okay. That's... yeah, interesting. Oh man, I do want to get to bed soon. 4:27. Maybe we make a hard out at 4:30, even if I don't finish this off. Oh, you guys in the chat, slaving away at all hours of the night. I mean, yeah, maybe not slaving away. We're making progress. We are making progress. It does feel productive, but not far off of having it done. Okay, where is it? Interesting that it needs to do first. These can't be that long, can they? Maybe they are. Yeah, I mean, this one's pretty long. 300 lines. This one's a problem. Holy crap. What are the changes? Network bootstrap runtime. Whoa. Yeah, we're going to need to do a lot of refactoring here. I mean, this isn't too bad, but whatever happened to that network runtime is a crime. And this is gross. There's lots of refactoring we'll need to do. But not now. Not now. Okay, where are we? Please wrap it up soon. All good in chat said, don't worry. I appreciate that, God of War. Thank you. But also, I do think it's I do think it's fine. Gamosaurus is fine. He's doing, I don't know what he's doing, but he's all good. Okay, how is this coming along? Okay, Control T to view transcript. I haven't seen that one yet. Have I? Yeah, I must have. I've just never done it. Let's go have a look. Oh my god. Iliad! Do you hate your bed so much that you just work 24/7? I mean, I just...
Seb, do you hate her bed that much so you just work 24/7?
It's not that I hate my bed, it's that I love the progress we're making here. That's what's up. I'm just like, I don't know, I'm very excited by this. This is a big feature that would have taken a very, very long time if we'd done this manually. It's a big change. I just don't want to leave it like half done. Even though I think I am probably going to wind up doing this tomorrow. I just want to fix the biggest part of it, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you, Iliad. I do appreciate it. I'll get sleep soon. I am tired. I'm guessing everybody can tell because I've had a few people be like, you should get some sleep, man. But if I'm sleeping, we're not going to get this, we're not going to get this particular thing done tonight. Someone said it half hard quit. Hold on. No, man, you look pretty peachy to me. Code away. Good. I don't feel peachy if I'm being honest, Trojan. I do feel really, really quite tired. And there's some stuff we'll have to fix, but we're going to do it tomorrow. So, I mean, what is all of this? This is really load peer configuration. This is gross. I don't know what is going on here. We need to fix this. I see what it's doing, but it just doesn't, it's not good. It's not good code. Okay, here's all of the state resuming. This will be migration. Here it is. Yep. Apply host migration authority. I would have hoped that there's a way to like isolate this code so it's not too like tangled up with everything else. Yeah, okay. We're going to come back. We're going to come back to that. Surely it's close. Spawn ID, peer ID. All right. It's doing that. It's doing that thing that we were kind of talking about and it not doing. I was trying to avoid it having two names, like two ways to identify something, but it might actually be necessary. It might actually need it. It might need two identifiers. I don't like this seems wrong. Okay, hold on. Refresh avatar ownership. It just wrote a method to refresh. No. No. Not good. It should have just like done the, like assigned the IDs properly without having a new method that just like, this seems like a band-aid. I get it. Everyone hates stopping when you're on a roll. Just giving you, yeah, no, I appreciate Alien. And I appreciate the resub, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, let's see. Time to retest. Here goes. Here goes nothing. Okay. Play, 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 play. Matchmake, 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 matchmake. Select, 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 select. Think how fast I could have got if I just... Alright, hold on. Play, resume. Did I click a matchmake button there? That might be a bug to fix. And you're a monster, of course. Bring him into the scene. Okay, that all looks to be working. This one's the host. Let's try it. Host leaves match. They reconnect. It happens very quickly, which is fantastic. We resume. Load straight in, and the right one's resumed. Pretty damn good. Pretty damn good, guys. Pretty damn good. Really, really, really cool. That's just wild that that's working. It created a lot of mess, like a lot of mess in the code that I need to fix up. So that'll be the first thing on the agenda next time. But in terms of what we set out to do, this has been wildly successful. Let's just try this one more time. We'll have everyone but one person leave and then rejoin. I wonder if their faces are on sleepy mode. No, the sleepy mode thing was a regression. Everyone should be able to resume here. That's wild. The windows are quite hard to control with the mouse cursor control, but okay. It's so good. That's so good, guys. I can't believe how cool this is. This is really, really cool. All right, that's a good place to wrap it. That's a good place to wrap it. Yeah, look at it. It's wild. Look at this. Look at this. So I'm going to just like randomly leave with a bunch of people. And as long as one person stays in, the whole game continues. Yeah, and then we resume. Last person. And now they're all just reconnected. It's pretty sick, yeah. It's pretty damn cool. Really good progress in the last few days. Yeah, I know, War Plants. It's like, and not only is it good progress, it's like, you know, we need to test it on real servers over the internet instead of just on my computer. But it's it's important progress and it's important tooling. It's going to make a really, really big difference to like the player perception of the game. Just random things like the host quitting, not ending the whole session, even if the host leaves. Yes, even if the host leaves, Sergius, even if the host leaves, it continues to stay up, which is wildly cool. It's yeah, that's really, really cool tech. All it takes is for one player to stay in, because what we're doing is host migration, Sergius. So like, yeah, I'll show you. So, we'll try it with our auto match harness as well, just to jump straight into the game. This is another very cool tool that in the long term, I imagine is going to save me a lot of time. The fact that I can just hit one button, they all jump in, except for the first one lately. Searching. Okay, our auto match harness is having some issues. For some reason now, the first instance to start does not find a match. I can't tell why, but it was working before. We'll let that run while we do this, but yeah, we'll do it the slow way. So check it out, Kakashi. Here's what's happening, and I'll explain it. Right, one of them winds up being the host. I'll explicitly host a game so that you can see. So top left is host. I click host game. He gets his match made. The next person match makes and joins, as does the second, as does the third. They're all in the same match now. Top left one is the host, right? So let's Farmer. And then we're going to go. I keep hitting escape. And then we'll just, because it doesn't matter, it's fine. We'll just get straight back in. Okay, so the top left is the host. So what I'm going to do with the host is this is very cool. I'm going to completely leave the match as the host. And what happens, even though he hosted the game still keeps running for everyone else. And now what's happened is a new host has been selected automatically, right? The host could even come back to the game, resume, right? And the game keeps going. The game keeps going because we've handed over the state to the next client. But what we can do, and this is the last big demonstration to show this whole thing, is I'm going to leave with everybody but one player. As long as one player stays in the game, right? Everybody can go back to the main menu. As long as one player stays in the game, all those characters stay where they were, right? And if I resume on each of these, they'll wind up back in the game. There we go. Resume for the last one. And now all of them are actually back. Everybody's in. The game resumed because host migration happened over and over and over and over. And as long as one person stayed alive, then this game state was preserved. And it was just moved, like authority was moved from person to person around the server. And then, yeah, that's essentially it. Authority was moved from person to person. And while there was still one host, something existed. How will it work through the internet? Because it's now on your PC localhost, exactly the same as it's working now. It speaks through this server. Hold on, I'll show you. It speaks through this server here. So this server you can see, like, we'll do it again and watch what happens in the watch what happens in the command line to the right. Hold on, I need all of the windows up just to. That one, that one, this one. Okay. Then we'll bring up the server so you can see the command line. If I, for instance, this is hard with those windows getting in the way. We're going to come back to the console, okay? We need a mode that when we start it from... all right, let's say this one quits. Check the command line here. You can see that it picked I happened to do the host because that was the last window alive. The replacement host was chosen then. And if I do the same thing here, right? Let's see, I leave match. It entered host migration. I happened to pick the host to quit as well. And then next host. And while there's still one left, the game hasn't ended. It still exists. And when the last one leaves, then it closes the room. So all of this is happening through this central server. And the server doesn't handle the networking data for the game itself. It just handles the migration between the local clients. Which is a really, really, really cool feature. Because what we can in theory do, oh, hey Modius, how you doing? So you run a central server just for the matchmaking. Yes, just for the matchmaking and the handover of authority, Draghi Hunt. Just for those things, that's its only purpose. It doesn't handle any of the actual networking data. So this, even if we get wildly successful, this will get as much traffic as a fairly popular website instead of having to move like what can end up being a lot of data through one single centralized host. We don't need to do that. We just run it all through, we run it all over the internet, but we let the peers sort it out and we facilitate them with one server connection just to like match make them together and to hand over control when a server goes down. So it's a really cool system. I'm pretty happy with it. Kakashi posted a question. Okay, maybe weird question because we're looking at error lost issue. What if people rage quit? Will they be able to get back in the lobby? Yes, they can. I'll show you that one more time before we go, Kakashi. So check this out. Here, if this runs, even if the host rage quits. So I'll show it with one host rage quitting. Okay, so this one's the host. Oh, I closed the server, sorry. I was winding down. Okay, host a game. So remember that the king is the host. King is the host. Then we have a person join. The mouse cursor is really annoying me. Play. Matchmaker game. Then we get a monster. This one's the mommy. Here we go. So now the, oh no, turns out he's a mummy and the mummy kills him, right? And then rah, 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 and the host dies. So the host decides, that's it. I quit. I'm out. I hate this game. And he leaves the match. Hold on. Did I just kill the wrong character? Or did authority just swap? And did the resume just not work? Something might have just gone wrong there. Something has indeed gone wrong. I'm not sure exactly what. But that'll be a problem for tomorrow, I think. Still need some time to work out all the kinks, but very close. But like that sucked for them because they get back in the same lobby even when they wanted to leave. Oh no, Kakashi, only if they click resume. Only if they click resume do they go back into it. That's why we test. No, get some sleep. So there's a resume button there, Kakashi. I'll show you one more time for the resume button. So you can choose to host or resume. There should still be a session. No, they're all closed, so there won't be a session. But okay, here, play. See, there's nothing here. If I host and I play and matchmake and join, like this, and then we go into the lobby. If the host goes and quits, if he leaves the match, and then he goes to play again. Now authority is the match keeps going. The host has been lost. The character is still staying there, but the host now he can resume or he can host a new game, and now he's in a completely new lobby, right? And if here, check it out. Also, if this one now match makes, it'll be random as to which one gets selected. So either of these two games, it's a completely new game. The other one does not see that's one game state, and this is a different game state with no other characters. And then if these matchmake, they're only going to get into one of those lobbies randomly. I don't know which one it's going to be. It could be either of them. Okay, so it happened to get into the one with the two characters, not the one with the king. But we'll matchmake again and see if what happens here. I think it will probably, it's supposed to try and fill the lobby first with the way that it's designed right now. So there's a good chance they'll all get in the one lobby. Yeah. So it's going to try and fill the lobby up first, which it's doing correctly. And then the king could leave the match, or say he finishes his game. That's pretty well thought through. Yeah. And now you can see I can resume that last game, or I can matchmake, and there's a good chance it'll find the existing game and we'll make him the king again. And now the king's in the lobby with the rest of them. Pretty sweet. Pretty cool. Pretty good. All right. And then the other really, really, really cool thing is as long as one stays alive, the whole game state stays alive. Though I am noticing that when people quit, some of the characters removed. And there'll be errors here that I need to go and track down tomorrow, but not today. I like this music. Good music. Okay, guys, let's go find a person to raid. Which degenerates are online? Like no one. Surreal. Oh, what was he doing? He's being a bit quiet. Did we catch a raid from him one time? Okay, what's he working on? Target guy. All right. No, thank you for hanging in here, Turbo. I really appreciate it. Who else is online that we might want to do? I think we're just going to go this guy. So here comes the stream for him. Here comes a raid. Make sure you make him feel welcome, guys. Let's get the raid message ready. There you go. Thank you, Sergius. I'll sleep well. Dev sleep. When will we see you next? Tomorrow. Tomorrow, Turbo. I'm going to be back on here, locking in and fixing those bugs, and then moving on to the actual gameplay. Actual gameplay next. Lots of foundations are in place now. Next thing is actual gameplay, which I find really exciting. Yeah, looking forward to doing that. That's going to be very, very, very cool. So go check this guy's stuff out. Seems pretty cool. Charm Monsters. I want to see the actual game run. Maybe when I see the game, I'll remember who it was, because I think we might have caught a raid from this guy one time. But yeah, should be a good stream tomorrow. I think we can, we won't be experimenting so much. We did find a good solution. Thank you again, Dragihan, for recommending that the new CLI, the open, what's it called? Open. I forget, but you know what I mean. I know what I mean. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great night. Goodbye, guys.